Hi, welcome back to this third conference day of our Human Rights Forum. Today we have the really beautiful title of Realistic Utopias, which is kind of my, I don't know, I just fall in love with the title because I think we all could need some realistic utopias and some inspiration on how we can change the world into a better place, but also see that it's not just a dream, but also can be a reality. I just wanted to give 2 hints for today. So we are going to have the conference, the first panel now, and then 2 panels after the lunch break and a fantastic pitch. And of course, don't forget the keynote by Chebbi, which I'm personally really looking forward to. And then in the evening, of course, we are again showing amazing films. My film tip for the day is Captains of Zatari, which is also part of the Action Against Hunger film series. We show it at 6 p.m. here at Bufar, but you can also find it online on our streaming platform sooner. So now I hand over the stage to Marie Wagner from the GPPI, who is doing the moderation today and will be your host for the next more or less hour. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
A very warm welcome to all of you here at the Bufar Studios and also to those joining us online. My name is Marie Wagner. I work as a research associate for the Global Public Policy Institute, the GPPI in Berlin, and I'm honored to moderate today's discussion on famine prevention. Together with our guests who are joining us from Berlin, but also from Nairobi and Juba, we will discuss how famine prevention can save lives in times of conflict and in times of climate crisis, and how we can all join forces to do so now. This is the starting panel for a day full of discussion on how to get closer to a realistic utopia, a world without hunger. Food insecurity is often of chronic nature, but it may temporarily increase due to extreme events like droughts and floods or due to conflict. For a timely and adequate humanitarian response, different actors aim to not only react to existing crisis situations, but additionally to forecast the most urgent humanitarian impacts, including those arising from food crises. The objective of acting early in an anticipatory way is to have more dignified and effective humanitarian actions to save more lives and livelihoods. Several food security early warning systems support this endeavor by tracking, for example, access to food or food supply. Just to give 2 examples, the IPC, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or FuseNet, the Famine Early Warning Systems Network, have been analyzing food insecurity worldwide for years or even decades to enable early action. Nevertheless, acute hunger is increasing not only in scale, but also in severity. A recent report from the World Food Programme and the Food and Agriculture Organization stated that today, more than 41 million people worldwide are at risk of falling into famine or famine-like conditions. Our panelists today will discuss key drivers of hunger, including both impacts from climate crisis and also conflict-related impacts. We will examine how current humanitarian and related approaches to famine prevention fulfill or fail their goals to mitigate food insecurity globally, and we will have a specific look at the region in the Horn of Africa. And I'm pleased to introduce you to our 3 speakers. Let me start with Aye Madoudring. She's the Health and Nutrition Manager at the Healthcare Foundation organization, which promotes public awareness of healthcare, public health, and education of medical knowledge in South Sudan. Welcome, Aye. Right next to me, Sibylle Katharina Sorg, who's the Director General for Crisis Prevention, Stabilization, Peace Building, and Humanitarian Assistance at the German Federal Foreign Office, and she will provide us insights from a donor perspective. And moreover, Alfred Ejem, the Food Security and Livelihood Specialist at the Horn and Eastern Africa region from Action Against Hunger, will tell us about current developments in that region. We'll have a Q&A in the end of the debate, so I invite everyone joining us online to already use the chat function now. It's at the bottom of your screen. and for any questions that arise during our discussion. And please also make sure to add who should answer the question so that we know to whom to address it afterwards. And of course, also for our audience here in the BUFA studios, there will be a microphone going around later on. We hope, of course, to already answer the your most burning questions during our discussion. So let me now turn to our speakers, because firstly, I want to ask the three of you why we still need to talk about how to prevent famine, even though approaches like anticipatory humanitarian action, preparedness, disaster risk reduction are not really new fields in the humanitarian system. Maybe we can start with Aye.
Thank you so much, Marie. Thank you to my fellow panelists. I'm honored to be part of this panel today. I'm a South Sudanese that's working for a local NGO that is key in providing a delivery of primary health care and nutritional services, specifically in hard-to-reach areas. And so, like many South Sudanese, I have experienced firsthand what it means to go without food, or in fact, the impact of hunger. And most of the time, it has been due to conflict. So years of conflict disrupted my family's life and livelihood. We were displaced. I lost my father during the war, but I was lucky enough. I was one of the lucky ones to seek refuge in Australia. But then since 2011, during the referendum, we were very excited and we were very hopeful. We came back to hopefully contribute to nation building and also for unification with our families within Sudan. Not knowing that 2 years later, another violent conflict, which erupted in 2013, that would again exacerbate the already existing hunger gap. Then another one also erupted in 2016. So though the recent revitalized peace process in September 2018 promises to offer new opportunities for South Sudanese women and children, the cumulative effects of conflict and violence have destroyed these livelihoods and have left approximately 7.5 million people in dire need, out of, at the moment, we're sitting at 12 million, so which is a very large number. And in most cases, we see that not only is hunger an issue, but we are in a humanitarian crisis where we're sitting in South Sudan. And as International World Peace Day was celebrated yesterday, most South Sudanese whose livelihoods have been largely affected by conflict and a confounding factor, climate change, especially those in 10 specific areas that have been classified as IPC Phase 5, so integrated food insecurity, emergency. So, they're mainly concerned with continuing insecurity. Although the signing of the agreement was in September 2018, we have continued conflicts, cattle raiding, revenge killings, intercommunal violence, and also the added multi-layered and multi-year flooding has largely impacted on security and livelihood. So, I guess to top it off, especially currently, an OCHA report has indicated that over 380,000 South Sudanese have been affected by flooding. This is just a snapshot within the last few months. And most of them, for us, have had to relocate a mobile health clinic 4 times to find higher grounds and also to serve displaced communities. As you've seen, flooding comes with a lot of other issues, waterborne diseases, neglected tropical diseases, acute watery diarrhea, and it's mostly impacting women and children. So as we focus on contingency plans to eradicate hunger, South Sudan is, I feel it's a special case and has major challenges, as I've alluded to, conflict, access due to flooding, logistical issues are a major problem in our setting. Also a funding gap. We've seen a reduction in funding to South Sudan, and also capacity, so local capacity in trying to mitigate and also plan ahead for possibly conflict disruption and also climate change in particular. And this is particularly interesting for us because 80% of our population are rural dwellers. So most of our solutions have to, in fact, be mindful of how we can take this to the rural population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also from my side. Turning to you, Ms. Org, why do we still need to talk about famine prevention?
Thank you very much for this very timely question. I think the very easy answer is, if we look at the last decade, we have to see that humanitarian needs worldwide have grown each and every year. And at the same time, we have seen that not only the number, but also the length and the complexity of crises have grown. And that means that the system, developing additional instruments, was never able to keep up with the speed of crises. So that's the very easy answer to your question. At the same time, I think we have to state that we have to look into the drivers of crises much more, as you put it in your introduction. We have armed conflict as the major driver for 65%, I think, of our crises. This is something where humanitarian assistance as such cannot be the only remedy. It's a political question how to prevent such crises from happening in armed conflict. The second driver is, of course, as we just heard from South Sudan as well, climate change. That is hitting in dramatically, specifically in societies and contexts where there is let's say, economically quite small cushion that could in any way mitigate the effects of climate change. Then we have, thirdly, of course, COVID on top of it, which came in with the secondary consequences, socio-economically aggravating situations. And then I should also mention that we have a development that is very detrimental to delivering humanitarian assistance. That's the shrinking humanitarian space. Less and less armed forces, less and less groupings, less and less state actors have respect for international humanitarian law and have respect for the humanitarian principles. And this is something we have been fighting against together with the NGOs, together with stakeholders in the United Nations, but also in other contexts. And let me make one additional point here. That is, a whole lot of things are still not predictable. Yes, we can predict much more these days, and this is why we, of course, have anticipatory action, as you mentioned it, and early warning, but many things are not predictable. And we have to look into some of the functioning of administrations and governments. It is much harder to galvanize a government or an administration into action on the basis of a prediction. On the basis of a disaster, it's much easier. That means if we look into, for example, the mechanics of some of the international donors, like for example, Japan or the US, they have budgetary restrictions to react on the basis of predictions. That makes it much harder for us to put into place a really functioning anticipatory system. So principle hope, I would call it in that regard, is perhaps very human to follow principle hope, but it's much better to follow principle prediction and to get into an action mode much earlier. So perhaps a few comments, what can we do to stem this tide, which is really very threatening to all of us? We have really to use all the means at our disposal. Climate change mitigation, yes, of course. Reducing disaster risk, building resilience, all that what you know from your internal discussions. And we have really to shift from responding to anticipatory action, although it might be very complicated and not yet internationally accepted across the board. This is, I think, our best chance. And supporting our partners to understand what anticipation is about and what we need to do to make it work. This is exactly what we aim to do at the Federal Foreign Office. This is why we organized at the beginning of this month a ministerial meeting on anticipatory action. Effective, sustainable prevention of famine requires more than we have done so far. And galvanizing the international community into action here is our major goal. And I leave it as such for your first question.
Thank you very much. Before we go more into the details of prevention and the challenges that arrive with that, I would like to turn to Alfred, to Nairobi. Any comments from your side?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Alfred and I work for Action Against Hunger, an organization that focuses on the prevention of hunger, and it is relevant. Today, we are discussing about prevention of hunger despite the anticipatory plans, disaster risk reduction plans in place, and preparedness. One of the things that is really common in these regions of Kenya, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Somalia, Uganda, Tanzania. That is the region that Action Against Hunger is covering. And when I talk about this region, you look at, we are talking about prevention of hunger today, despite the existence of the humanitarian action, despite the existence of the service reduction and preparedness, and because one, most of the countries within this region have they have weak governance systems. They have weak governance systems to an extent that most of the plans that we have, either DRR plans or preparedness plans, are not implemented because of governance system within this country. We've also seen the frequency, the magnitude, and the scope of this disaster really impacting on livelihoods and creating vulnerability for the people. So there is no time of recovery for vulnerable people. Every year we have an emergency. Every year we have a disaster. So time for recovery is not there. And that's why we need to talk about anger. We need to prevent anger. Anger is induced by either climate or conflict, and these are things that are happening each and every year. And that's not people time to recover. We also have to talk about resources, which I agree with the previous speakers. Resources are limited, and the scale, the scope of the humanitarian caseload are increasing each and every day. We have many people being displaced. We have many people being affected by drought. We have our agricultural system collapsing. We have the erosion of livelihood. Resources, either financial or human resources, are always inadequate to build in the resilience capacities that we need for the people, to bring in the effort that we require, and to ensure that we are building in structures and systems in place to prevent hunger. And that's why the reason why we are talking hunger today, even if we have all those initiatives in place. So again, what are some of the things that we need to look at? We've seen that communities not in the forefront. Some of these plans or disaster preparedness plans are prepared at the national level. At the regional level, we have the IGAD and others. Again, how do we then take into consideration the voice of the community? Community-led systems are missing in this. And that's why those who are suffering from hunger are the communities and are not at the center stage of life, not contributing to anything. So again, we really say, if we need to prevent hunger, then we need to bring everybody on board, both the donor, both the international community, the local NGOs, international and governmental organizations on board, so that we can have systems and structures that prevent hunger and build resilience of the community. Thank you for now.
Thank you also from my side. We understood, I think, maybe like 85–90% of what you said, I think, due to connection issues. So please excuse if I pose a question again and you already partly answered it. But I wanted to go more into the separate parts of what we already talked about, because many humanitarian current crises are multi-layered and complex, of course. But for now, let us discuss some underlying causes separately. And if we look at climate-induced food and nutrition insecurity, I'd like to hear from all of you what it needs to foster timely and dignified response to people affected by or at risk of famine in climate-related contexts. So I would like to turn back to you again immediately, Alfred, to hear how climate change-related impacts influence food and nutrition security in the Horn of Africa, and maybe also where you see gaps in the international community's response to that.
Thank you again. Yes, I hope you can now hear me clearly. Climate change induced food insecurity and nutrition. Looking at the climate change, we can categorize into two. There is always slow onset emergencies induced by the climate change, and there is also rapid onset emergencies. On the slow onset emergencies induced by the climate change, you find there are some triggers which we seem not to, and these indicators or this climate change impact on livelihoods of the people. We have some low agricultural production system because of the drought, and then we have escalation of prices and the result of low production system. We have issues to do with food scarcity in the market. So that means it results in low functionality of market. Then we also experience some kind of climate change induced displacement because of lack of either production or lack of food supplies. So people had to move from one place to another. So again, climate change also induces displacement. When it comes to rapid onset emergency like flood, for example, you find again destruction of loss of property, and with that, that impact on the food insecurity among the people within this region of Africa. We've seen in Ethiopia there is frequent drought. We've seen in Somalia there are frequent drought. In Somalia there are frequent droughts. In Kenya here, especially the northern part of Kenya, there are drought, there are floods, and sometimes some of these factors come into combination. There is drought and then immediately followed by flash flood. And that again affects the capacity of the people to implement, to recover from either the drought or the floods. So they are back to back. Again, where we've also seen a case where climate have a direct impact to the systems themselves or to the people's livelihoods, where people, livestock will not have adequate pasture, especially, and this is common in Kenya, common in Ethiopia, common in Somalia, and South Sudan. We have climate also trying to reduce the prices of the livestock keepers and making the livestock keepers move from one place to another using resource-based even content. So climate change has a direct impact on the food and in this region. And some of the gaps that we see is we don't monitor the trigger effect of climate change induced food insecurity. We don't seem to have those plans. If we have the highly warning systems, we don't seem to monitor and say, when do we trigger these plans to implement? There is lack of coordination among the partners as well. There is lack of government system to monitor and try to say, hey, guys, we have reached a point where we need to respond, where we need to prevent anger or famine among our people. So all those compounding factors eventually result to a catastrophe or people lose lives as a result of not responding timely. There are no highly actions taken, and definitely we have a problem of either mass of people losing life, or we have systems collapsing, either the health systems, the food systems collapsing, or the water systems collapsing, and put many people in vulnerability. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. Aye, from your perspective, working for an NGO in South Sudan, a national humanitarian NGO, where do we, and with we I mean in this case the international community, fail to enable local communities to be resilient towards climate-induced hunger and prevent the risk of famine in the first place?
Marie, I think I really appreciate there was a comment earlier that in fact, there's the complexity of, contingency plan and also anticipatory plans. So I think in our case, hello, can you hear me?
Now it works well. We heard everything up until in our case, but we didn't hear the case yet.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, in our case, we've seen that I have personal or regional solutions applied to a local context, and it usually results
I guess it's not only us, but also everyone online who has difficulties understanding because of the connection. I would just suggest to first turn...
meaning that, for example, for jungle floods, we've seen that these have been around since, and normally these are yearly occurrences, and most of the predictions have actually seen that, for example, from 2020 to 2025, it's anticipated that they will in fact worsen. And so I think what I'm trying to say is that whatever contingency plans are in place currently, and even for the local NGOs and just a humanitarian response, has just been response to emergencies as opposed to planning ahead. So I'm seeing that most of the coordination bodies and the contingency plans, as Alfred mentioned, are done at the national and state level. But the people that are most affected, the communities themselves, are rarely involved in the process or the planning. We've also seen that there's a large reduction in countrywide funding that has sort of delayed, plans forward. And so communities also, I've seen from a local perspective, are not empowered to respond, especially when it comes to climate change. They're not empowered to be in place to mitigate and also to have skills that that they may be able to use in critical stages, such as what is happening in Jonglei State. I've seen pictures of communities sitting deep knee in water and just going about their businesses because it's almost become a part of their everyday function. So I would really like to see more contextualization and also, innovative solutions for, I would say, all problems or problems that have already existed. So clearly the previous plans or the previous mitigation measures haven't worked. And so I think there's need for, with support from the international community, to develop contingency plans that may be applicable to the current context. Thank you.
Allow me a quick follow-up question, taking advantage from the good connection now. You mentioned that the communities are not really involved in the planning processes. Who would be responsible for that? How could they be involved?
I think the planning process, it should in fact start from the community level. So the consultations at the community level upwards. But unfortunately, the planning sort of goes down, but then it stops somewhere. It's from the national, state, and then we have a county, and then the boomer. But normally when it goes to the state, so it's a responsibility of the stakeholders, it's a responsibility of the government agencies and also of the coordinating bodies, such as, in most cases, the humanitarian coordinating bodies that should be, in fact, should prioritize, making contingency plans that are generated from the grassroots upwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Ms. Zorc, the German Federal Foreign Office is the second biggest bilateral humanitarian donor globally and a pioneer, as you already mentioned, in promoting anticipatory humanitarian action. And while not all predictions are always possible, the predictions for floods and droughts are becoming more and more accurate. So from your perspective, why is there still a gap of these early warnings that we receive and then actually taking early actions upon them?
No, thank you for this question. I very much appreciate what Alfred and IA just said, and I will come back to it in my answer to the question. First of all, yes, you are right. Of course, we can predict many more things. But we are not at the end of our journey when it comes to anticipatory action. We are at the beginning. That means, first of all, we have to work very technically and very concretely with partners internationally to put 3 elements in place. Decision-making mechanisms, first of all, must be agreed on and they must trigger early action. That's one thing we need. The second thing is we need to agree on the forms of early action among the donors and among the international humanitarian organizations, and we need to pre-agree financing to be able to react earlier on and have a stable financial basis for that. And if we, in our experience with some very concrete examples, anticipatory action is faster, more effective and less expensive if this is in place. Let me come to these examples to make it more clear. So where do we come from? We had a few pilots internationally, for example, in Bangladesh, where we had the situation that 10 days before a disaster struck, before a cyclone hit land, people could be brought into land, they could take their belongings with them, their animals, everything. After the cyclone, they could go back and they could restart their lives without a lot of interruption. And it saved about 50% of financial means. Now we have to come from pilots to anticipatory action across the board. At the same time, we have negative examples. Take Madagascar, for example, a little while ago. We had early warning. We knew that a drought was causing massive crisis and impacted food security there. But the warnings only triggered some very limited action, only in the north of the island. So vast parts of the island were not covered by that. And we have to find out why this is so. And it shows that our answers in a variety of areas are not sufficient yet. Yeah? So, as I said, it's the beginning of the journey, not the end. We really have to work on that. And let me say a few words about why we are so keen to bring the international community forward on that. If you look into the figures, 20% of needs are predictable today. These are UN figures, not from the Federal Foreign Office. 50% of humanitarian needs are at least partly predictable. But the means of the international community going into anticipatory instruments is under 1%. And there is a huge disbalance, as you can see. And this is why we are pushing so very hard that international donors invest in this direction. Last point from my side, because Alfred and IA made very convincing points about localization, or let's say the broader aspects of localization. Investing is not enough, and I fully agree. What we need to see really is that there is a capacity building for anticipatory action on the local level itself. Empower people on the local level to really define the needs and come in with their suggestions. We have a few, I would say we have a few projects where this already works in the Sahel, where we have projects to reclaim land for agriculture on the basis of very clear projects that are implemented by the people themselves, because they know best what to do to reclaim land. But we have to become much better in that context. And I would see a huge responsibility or a huge task here for the UN's humanitarian coordinators and regional coordinators who are on the ground and whose responsibility it would be to make communication top-down and bottom-up work and come together. Thank you.
Thank you also from my side. If we now come to the second big block of the discussion that we want to have today, because hunger and famine do often occur in conflict settings. And in fact, those two are closely linked, and this is also widely recognized, for example, through the UN Security Council Resolution 2417, which was unanimously adopted in 2018. And this resolution condemns the use of starvation as a method of warfare. It sets measures to prevent famine and calls for states to investigate violations to international humanitarian law in this regard, to ensure accountability and to address the grievances of victims. And so for the next round of questions, I'd like to focus on this link of conflict and hunger. Turning to you, Ajay, could you share your insights, firstly, on how insecurity, conflict, and also intercommunal disputes triggers hunger in South Sudan? And secondly, also where you see the international community's role in that, and maybe also how it varies from what you've already mentioned before.
Thank you, Marie. I think me, in most cases, when explaining the impact of conflict on hunger, it sort of it becomes sort of I put faces to it. For example, I'll give you a story of through engaging with local communities. There's a story I encountered, one of the most devastating experiences that I thought of impact of conflict on hunger. And it's the story of a young woman and her 11-year-old son, whose painful story illustrates the impact of conflict on food security. So in August, in partnership with the ACF, Action Against Hunger, South Sudan was invited to do a joint assessment of a fatality report of a mother and child. This woman, whose husband had died earlier in the year, had survived traveling to the border of Sudan to, in order to work for her and her son at the market. But worsening intercommunal conflicts and insecurity, it became too dangerous for her to travel. And in an attempt to save herself and her son, she made and consumed food that was made from, leaves and some residue left over from a neighbor. However, after, she could not sustain her well-being and her livelihood with her son, she died for 7 days, after going 7 days without food and only eating on the last day of her demise, which was a meal that I'm sure was not nutritionally beneficial for her. On our last morning, the photos that I came across, because I was part of that team, was a photo of a woman that had crawled out of her tukul and died just in her compound. And her son had sort of followed, but sort of fell at the entrance of her tukul. And so, although neighbors tried to come and, a passerby came by and tried to rescue them, it was a bit too late. Both of them died. And, and I can't imagine what an ordeal they had, or horrendous ordeal they had been through. So for me, this is one of thousands of tragic and deadly examples of lives lost due to impact of conflict on hunger. And in many cases, I always find that it's women and children that are the hardest hit. And, for example, in our health centers, we receive a lot of a high attendance of women and children with instances of malnutrition and highly preventable diseases. And women are cultivators in our and they're small business owners. They have small tea stalls, vegetable stalls. However, when conflict hits, or any intercommunal conflict hits, they are the people whose lives are impacted. And so, for the people of South Sudan and for the children, they're very desperate, to see an end to war and violence. And the lives of thousands of women and children cannot be sacrificed for a momentary power struggle that impacts generations. And so my understanding that for sustainable and resilient food security and livelihood, there's need to prioritize peace above everything else. And so I think for me, where I see the international community coming in here is that, the international community can an important point was made about localization, can continue supporting the localization, which is already happening. However, it needs to continue, and it needs to be at a large scale. Also, I think one priority is to continue supporting the full implementation of the peace agreement. We know the peace agreement was signed in 2018. However, there's spouts of violence that we keep seeing. We are happy about the constitution of the National Legislative Assembly that to us shows a positive way forward. And we hope that, chapter 2 of our, the security arrangement, chapter 2 of our peace agreement will be implemented fully. Because I think that's where, that's where resilience and, sustainable solutions can then be realized. Also, I'm urging, the international community to look into supporting funding and increasing funding to South Sudan humanitarian agencies, to continue to deliver services to the civilians who are desperately needing life-saving assistance. We know this is, contingency plans are in place. However, I think South Sudan is just sort of at the beginning of realizing peace, and I'm urging the international community to continue supporting that. In addition, we should prioritize avenues of gender equality, and I'm glad that it's one of the major SDG goals, and it's been one of the focuses of it's been on the World Forum, and you can see some sort of improvements in gender mainstreaming happening in South Sudan. And also, when we consider localization, I think prioritizing women-led organizations, because I find this is from a personal level and also from experiences on ground, I find that normally when you put women at the forefront, these are, they prioritize, the livelihoods of their families. And so I think I will stop there and hand over to you, Marie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Ogg, if we add one more aspect to this already very complex issue, a few months ago, the G7 launched the Famine Prevention Humanitarian Crisis Compact. And with this compact, the G7, including Germany, of course, aim to prevent famine, to provide principled humanitarian assistance, and to ensure that funding is timely. With the commitment of this compact in mind, and also with the UN Security Council Resolution 2417 that we heard about before, how can the international community strengthen political or early warning mechanisms and trigger systems to prevent famine and the use of starvation as a weapon of warfare?
Yeah, I think you started with the G7, and I will come to this. I think, first of all, it is extremely important that we continue to understand emerging conflict better. And for this reason, we need many instruments. One instrument that is underdeveloped so far is the basis of data we have on emerging conflict. This is why we have set up in the Foreign Office in 2015 the so-called preview system. That is our instrument to collect data and have early warning bases in place. And we have within the United Nations now started an initiative that's called CRAFT. It is the Complex Risk Analytics Fund, very, very technical title, but very practical in its goals. It means that together with like-minded countries, the UN and the EU, we try to gather quality data that we can use together at the same time so that we have a quality basis for decision-making in this context. I think we cannot overestimate it, although it seems to be a very technical issue at this moment in time. Coming to the G7 is one format in which we can draw awareness and attention to famine prevention, and therefore I really welcome this initiative. At the same time, we cannot stick to the G7 only, because we have to see that we bring the topic to the forefront in the whole of the United Nations, and therefore UNSC Resolution 2417 was so very important as a step forward, because it institutionalized that the Secretary General has to report swiftly in case the threat of famine occurs. And this is an extremely important step to go forward. But it is only a step. It is not the golden bullet. It's just one step. And we have to be aware of that. In the end, I think that one of the issues we have to bear in mind in the Federal Foreign Office is that we continue to make our humanitarian assistance more flexible and use more front-loading, because as long as we do that, we can close a gap that early warning might perhaps leave, because if the early warning system does not work the way we would like it to see, at least we have provided NGOs and international organizations with the means to react very concretely and very swiftly on the ground when a situation occurs that assistance is needed.
Thank you. Yeah, initiatives like CRAFT are definitely interesting to follow, and I'm looking forward to seeing what will happen to these. Before we also want to turn to you, the audience here and also online, one more question to you, Alfred. How do situations of violent conflict drive food and nutrition security in the Horn of Africa? And if we look, for example, at the current situation in Tigray, what are the key challenges of humanitarian actors in that regard in Ethiopia? Over to you.
Thank you. Looking at the situation, and first of all, I want to say that what Ayeye has described in South Sudan actually replicate across the region, where people are dying of hunger, people are dying because of conflict, and not only conflict, but because of the complexity of the situation, where conflict and climate-induced disasters happen at the same time. So again, I tend to agree with Ye that what is happening in South Sudan is replicated across the region. Now coming to the Ethiopian context, where we've seen conflict really inducing food and nutrition insecurity in the region, we've seen, particularly in Tigray, we've seen disruption of livelihoods. We've seen people have been displaced. It's massive displacements of people from Tigray, and the conflict in Tigray is actually impacting the neighbors, the regional states from Ethiopia that are neighboring the Tigray. So Tigray and its neighbors are all affected, and so that means the scale and the scope of food insecurity in Tigray and areas close to Tigray like Amara region and Afar are also affected with conflict. And so there is massive displacement of the people. There is limited humanitarian access to save the lives of these people, to prevent hunger, because because of the conflict between the Ethiopian forces and the rebels from Tigray. So that again, because of that conflict, there is very little or limited access of humanitarian workers to that. You've heard in some of the reports where humanitarian workers from an international organization who are going to prevent life, who are going to save lives, who are actually killed in that. So again, looking at this, so it's a complicated conflict resulting into massive food insecurity incidences in Tigray and within the many parts of Ethiopia. And Ethiopia, even before the Tigray conflict, we had like close to over 7 million people who are food insecure and on a productive safety net program. It's because of that program that is saving their lives. But otherwise, without that safety net, then we'll have millions of Ethiopians being food insecure or in the situation of hunger or famine. So the conflict in Tigray is not only affecting Tigray, it's affecting Ethiopia, and it's also impacting the whole region. We have seen some of these people who have been displaced going to advise Eritrea and other neighboring countries. Look at that, and so they are also causing some constraint to already scarce resources within those countries. We've seen also assets and infrastructure have been destroyed in that. And then markets are not functional in Tigray, as what were issued by UN or OCHA. And again, that has also had impact on food and security in Tigray and particularly in Ethiopia, because it's now going beyond the Tigray aspect. We've also seen We've also seen aggravation of vulnerabilities of the people who are living in those areas, whether Amara region or a Tigray region or Afara region. Vulnerabilities are increasing because of impact of conflict. And so from the integrated food security classification, Ethiopia now is at the radar because the food insecurity situation in Ethiopia is really increasing. It's an alarming state. We really need to move fast and save lives. Again, how do we save life in a situation where limited humanitarian access? So, I mean, unless we use the Ethiopian defense forces to access the people, it's really been difficult to prevent anger in those areas, especially in Tigray. And so conflict has contributed into the destruction of lives, infrastructure, loss of livelihoods, and people have been displaced from their farms, from where they do the cultivation. So again, it will take some time for us, for in case of any support, it will take some time for those people to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. I'm looking at you, all of you who are here, and also you online. Do we have any questions from you to any of the panelists? I see a raised hand. I don't see a microphone yet. It's coming. It's up there. Maybe you can go there directly.
Hello, thank you for the interesting panel. Sibylle, I would ask a question directly to you. You were talking about this board where decisions are made, where stakeholders and investors are making the decisions where the money goes, or you said that there's like this predictory money is not like, it's only 1%. So I would like to know who sits at this board, who are these people, like which interests are discussed there, so to say.
Thank you for the question. I obviously caused a misunderstanding. There is no board. The UN as a body has gathered the numbers, how much money goes into anticipatory means from donor side. So you have to imagine the following setting. The international donors, each and every country that gives for humanitarian causes, makes a decision at home according to the budgetary law and according to the decision of the government, how much money should go into humanitarian assistance, how they spend this money, whether they give it directly to NGOs on the ground or whether they give it to the United Nations or the World Food Programme or others. And if you count this together and if you analyze the figures, you come to the conclusion that less than 1% of means are invested in anticipatory action. That is what I try to explain. So this is not a conscious decision of 10 people sitting together, but it is a, let's say, a matter of fact of humanitarian assistance at this moment in time. And this we want to change through meetings on working level and on ministerial level to make partners aware that if we all put more money into anticipatory instruments, we can save money, we can save lives, and we can make our money that we have available for humanitarian assistance last longer. Yeah? That is the reasoning behind it.
Thank you.
And also, if I may add to that, Germany, during the Anticipatory Action High-Level panel, Germany made the commitment that in 2023 you would disperse up until 5% for anticipatory humanitarian action. So you're, as I said, actively promoting to making this share higher.
Absolutely.
Do you think this will also be possible in case of a changing government, because we have elections on Sunday?
Look, I think and there are many voters in the audience, I think, I'm a voter too. As far as I can see, we have in the federal parliament really agreement among all parties that humanitarian engagement is extremely important. So I think it's fair to say that whatever the outcome of the elections might be, we will be able to keep up our humanitarian support more or less at the same level. We don't have a budget for 2022, as everybody knows, and this will last till March or so until this is happening. But that our commitment as Germany will remain, I think there is no doubt about that. And we really feel, and I can say that for most parliamentarians too, with the increasing role of Germany in the international humanitarian system, a whole lot more of responsibility has come. And there is a lot of awareness amongst lawmakers on that.
Thank you. Is there another question from the audience? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Jörg. I'm working for Action Against Hunger. I wonder about the role of states, so the states as South Sudan or Kenya or Tanzania in this regard, because we have been talking about anticipatory action, preparedness, and then also it was mentioned that often this doesn't go down to the local level. And we've been discussing also of better coordination within the humanitarian community. I wonder how far we actually can go beyond pilot projects and so on, and how important would it be to have social protection services, education services, health services on the local level. And isn't that the key to everything that we need to reach in the end? I was missing a bit this component of having somehow a stable or strong or anyhow functioning state level, because in the end, with the best coordination of humanitarian actors, I have the feeling that we cannot reach as far as we would like to. Thank you.
Is there anyone specific who should answer that question?
Maybe I would be interested in, to hear this from the very local level, so maybe IA can answer, and then maybe also a vision from Ms. Sorg from a donor level. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Then turning to you, IA, first.
Okay. So just to sort of, so that I understand it properly, I think the question is towards whether on, whose responsibility would it be if it sort of gets to a state level to ensure that it goes down to the ground. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that was the question. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And I think that's where we come in as, local NGOs, we're frontline. And I think, in terms of, engagement with the community and sort of getting a feel of, what have they been doing? What has worked and what hasn't worked? And then, of course, from that, GFFO, I think, mentioned an important point about developing tools that, in fact, would assist in the preparedness process. So I feel like, frontline, I would consider HFO as a frontline and local NGO. So if those tools were availed and the capacity was built, and then we then collect data from the grassroots, trickle to the county level, to then the state level. And then this information can then be compiled and used to then come up with an inclusive and all-inclusive and also idealistic, a realistic type contingency plan and sort of preparedness plan. I hope I answered it.
Would you like to add anything?
I can try to add some thoughts on your question. I think we have to bear in mind the following. Very often, humanitarian assistance has to work out without a functioning state level. That's very often part of the crisis. Alfred talked about Tigray, for example. Humanitarian assistance to Tigray, that is one of our major problems. We would like to see humanitarian assistance flow into Tigray, but the state government is not helpful in this regard, to put it mildly. And when you look at Tigray, other aspects come into mind. Neither anticipatory action nor early warning play a role in the Tigray conflict, because the Tigray conflict was entirely triggered politically and militarily. So we see a military dynamic on the ground, which humanitarian assistance has to overcome somehow. And this is why the international community, the NGOs, all try together to put the same messages to the government in Addis Ababa to find a way how assistance can access Tigray and without taking sides, because this is not the part of humanitarian assistance.
Okay, thank you. We have to come to a close, but I would like to turn to the three of you once more with one last question, because this discussion aimed to shed light on how to prevent famine. And I hope it was inspiring not only for the audience, but also for the three of you. So maybe is there one very concrete and realistic next step that you and your organization could do this week, or let's say the beginning of next week would also be fine, to really reach the utopia, a world without hunger? One concrete thing. Let's start with you.
I like the title Realistic Utopias myself, but I have to say there is not the one golden bullet that will solve all our problems. We have to be aware of that. First of all, I wanted to thank Aye and Alfred, because it is always so inspiring to have humanitarians from the ground talking to us. I can tell you that my team in the Federal Foreign Office is motivated by your work and the other courageous humanitarians on the ground. You are decisive. We are trying to set the framework and bring you in the best possible position to deliver what you need to do, but it's about you and not so very much about us and our financing. What I can tell you is what are the concrete steps we are taking this week and next week. We are sitting together today to look into the very dire situation in Yemen, and we will scale up our financial contribution to the humanitarian crisis there. That's a donor event in the framework and the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly. Last week we sat together and tried to prevent the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and pledged a considerable amount of money, 100 million euros. So this is what we can do very concretely, and then try to set the best framework, as I said, to make to bring humanitarians in a position to deliver on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Alfred, what can you, working for Action Against Hunger in Kenya, do this week?
Okay, thank you. And thank you, the GFA4 representative as well. Thank you, everyone. As you know, Action Against Hunger, then we are definitely on the forefront. Even looking at the Ethiopian context, we are still there, despite the humanitarian limited access to the area. We are in South Sudan and Somalia. All these are added to each area. And so for us, we will continue collecting the data that will inform our scale up. And we also definitely appreciate the donor community. But again, if we can go beyond, have some flexible funding instruments that are scalable, that can be able to, predict and provide some capacity to the national and governmental organizations, the local organizations, to respond immediately, because they are on the ground. They are always in communication with the communities, but be able now to afford money for that opportunity. So for us, we'll continue engaging, we'll continue implementing our programs. We will be focusing more on data generation, building the resilience of the communities, especially focusing on productive assets, and then also trying to work with the government and the players, working with the donors to ensure that we actually reduce the vulnerabilities of the people, so that we don't have many people facing hunger or being in a catastrophic situation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Aye, in South Sudan, one thing you can do this week?
I think, as in we understand the context, we're moving from crisis to recovery and hopefully to sort of developmental and sustainable solutions. So for us, we would like to engage with cooperative societies within the local communities and hopefully link the economic empowerment activities with them by linking them to other local businesses and other local microfinance support systems, such as Nile Microfinance that we have here in South Sudan. So this is one thing that we've sort of been discussing on our platforms as HFO, and we hope that we'll be able to take that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So to everyone who wants to thank the three of you for your contributions this week via email, if you don't respond immediately, we know why, because you're busy talking to different stakeholders or pledging at conferences. Thank you also all very much from my side, everyone involved in organizing this panel discussion, to the Bufa Studios, of course, that we can be here, the Human Rights Film Festival Berlin team, the director Anna Ramskog-Lawitt and her team, Action Against Hunger Germany, Aktion gegen den Hunger, and especially Kira Fischer for organizing this panel, the listeners who joined us online and on site, and of course, once more to our three panelists, Aye Madudring, Sibylle Katharina Sorg, and Alfred de Gem. To everyone, have a nice day and take care.
Welcome back. My name is Anna Ramskog-Lawitt. How was your lunch break? We were just sitting there and realizing, oh, wow, after lunch, you feel like more watching a movie than going into a really deep discussion, like being a bit relaxed and cozy. Nevertheless, I can promise you the next input and the conversation afterwards will absolutely wake you up, because she's so powerful in the way she uses her words. Please welcome with me the fantastic Chebbi. She's a Pan-African feminist, an activist, a diplomat, and most important, and became famous when she was a blogger in the Tunisian revolution, which is called, which I learned and I thought was really beautiful, Revolution of Dignity and not the Arab Spring. So I think that's at least one learning we can take away, all of us. So please join me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Leave you the stage and come up later.
So I had a LASIK surgery. I can't see, it's blurry. Can people on the back come closer so I can, if you don't mind, so we can all be cozy. I hope you're resisting the nap after lunch. Thank you so much for having me. I miss festivals a lot, and it's just nice to meet new people and have new collaborations. So thank you for the Human Rights Festival Berlin for having me and bringing me here. I think my generation has changed the course of history in two main ways. One, we started as millennials the first 21st century peaceful revolutions. So we sparked this new waves of activism and social movements all around the world that started in 2010. The second is we revolutionized as millennials the technology, but also everything digital, whether you call it alternative media or new media or blogging, but anything digital empowered us to tell our own stories, because we didn't have a voice offline. We were living under censorship for decades. And so everything digital was really our tool to own our voice and tell our own stories. That also challenged and I think influenced mainstream media and how it operates. So since that point on, mainstream media started to invite, for example, activists to report the news or speak on issues beside the experts and their own reporters. A lot of the mainstream media started to pick up blogs and vlogs and content and photos of activists on the ground. I remember in 2010, in December, before any international media came to Tunisia to cover what's happening, even media houses who were based in Tunisia, they were figuring out their protocol of safety and how to cover the protests and how to get into where it's happening, because it wasn't the capital, it was in central cities. And they took like a week or 10 days to figure it out. And during that time, we have done the job. So we were interviewing people, we were blogging, we were writing, we were live reporting what's happening. And the intention for us to do that, it wasn't to do the journalist's job. It was actually to organize and mobilize. So we were trying to expose every day as much information that delegitimize the government as we can, so we can have more people join the movement. So every time we expose more and more information in all forms of ways, the next day there are more people going to the streets. The next city is now organizing, the next city is organizing, until we reached 14th of January 2011, where we had thousands of people, and we had the dictator left or stepped down. So our intention really was to inform, to mobilize, to organize. Now, when international media came in to cover what's happening, then I, for one, started to blog out of frustration. So I got frustrated with the naming, for example, of the Arab Spring or Arab Awakening, as if we were sleeping and we suddenly woke up to, stand up for our rights. So I had to blog a lot about the problematic naming of Arab, putting all of us in one box. The French media called it the Jasmine Revolution. So I wrote a piece, is not as soft as jasmine. And just, especially the first few months, I spent sleepless nights just finishing pieces, correcting mainstream media, that this is the number of protesters, is not this number, because it was a sensitive and still sensitive period. If you report less or more protesters in one area, you change the narrative and it's a deal breaker for the movement. Or providing an alternative perspective to some media analysis about what's happening. So really it was blogging as a reaction to mainstream media, or to provide an alternative or challenge mainstream media. And I would literally wake up in the morning, see the whole international reporting and pick the media and just challenge them. I also got frustrated when I started to travel across the continent. So I started to support movements that started after Tunisia and Senegal and Burkina Faso and South Africa, many African countries besides what was happening in the Middle East. And I got frustrated of the international media reporting of Africa. The conflict, the famine, the violence, that's all you see on the media. So in 2013, it was Kenya's presidential election. And there was a hashtag emerging, someone tell CNN. Basically, CNN released videos of 2007, 2008 post-election violence in Kenya, and they released it as happened in 2013. And so bloggers stormed CNN correcting the information. So I took my pack bag, my camera, I borrowed a tripod, I didn't have one, and I did a whole 45 minutes documentary about Kenya's healing and not violence. I also got frustrated when I saw media reporting of young Africans when I worked in conflict areas as perpetrators of violence or gun holders. And when I see media reporting on like a young African terrorist or, I don't know, 3 people radicalized, I would blog about 100 young peace builders and what they're doing on the ground. And if you say 1,000 people were, recruited by Daesh, then I would report on 3,000. So it was basically really trying to challenge this mainstream narrative that is a louder voice, while the other version of the story is actually the majority and the louder. And especially for recruiting into violent extremism or into the terrorist conversation. I work with young people every day, and this mainstream narrative, I saw that it's contributing to further recruitment of young people. Because youth internalize the victimhood narrative and the idea that they are marginalized, And when they join these violent groups, they become heroic. So you make the headlines only if you blow yourself up. But if you're making impact in the community or in your village, you're not going to make the headlines. And a lot of young people went into that narrative. Even I had to tell the story of my cousin, who also was radicalized by Daesh. So out of frustration, this is how it all started. I wanted to tell my own version of the story in my own words, step into the power of my voice, amplify the voices of a lot of young people that I meet and people that I know. And I didn't realize that eventually that leads to transformation. And in two ways, I've seen it in two ways. One is it articulates a story of hope for a lot of the youth I worked with, because they know that change is possible. I can also do it, that it pays off, it's worth it, that yes, advocacy work, yes, social movements can make impact, yes, I can be a change maker and I can contribute, and I'm not just sitting there, jobless and desperate, but also it can help change policy. And we had a lot of the stories that we reported change the law in Tunisia, whether gender laws or democracy process. And I think, or I wish that journalism can do more of that, can tell the story of being successful as making impact or solving a problem in your village, and not just as the millionaire, or can tell more of the challenges Europe is facing and the struggles in Europe, and not just this narrative that Europe is heaven and Africa is the challenging place that really makes a lot of young people die in the Mediterranean with that story of hope, or that false hopeful story to go to Europe. So it's really the way we could have all make diverse stories and narratives where journalism or storytellers can tell diverse stories to give the full picture for young people or people in general to choose. And I think while the mainstream media catch up and do that, I think us as storytellers and bloggers, we would continue to do the work we do, because the African proverb says, until we tell the story of the hunt by the lion, the tale will glorify the hunter. So we will always have to step into the power and our voice to tell that story from the lion perspective, so we can have the two versions of the narrative. Thank you so much. I see my photo freezing there.
Yeah, somehow it froze over there. But it was beautiful watching you walking here and telling your story and inspiring us all. For me, what stayed is that we should use storytelling really as a tool of empowerment, and in particular encourage mainstream media to not just do crisis reporting, clickbait related, but also look beyond the story of. So you told us a bit about the beginning in Tunisia. If you look back there, was the problem that the journalists didn't stay long enough in Tunisia, that they didn't go there at all themselves, or that they were just not that engaged or interested in the correct numbers?
I think it depends on the phase. If you have something emerging, something new happening, a breaking news, you don't have why activists feel the responsibility to report it, because you don't have international media or mainstream media coming in the right time. And so for you to be able to change the narrative nationally or internationally, you would need to create that content yourself. So I think in that phase of emerging news, we don't have enough mainstream media presence. And I think what mainstream media should do is to be present regardless of, because there will always be stories, there will always be news, but it's funny that when something happens, then all international media comes to focus on that. And I think after the transition, for example, in Tunisia, just stay there to see the full picture, because reporting usually, especially in crisis, focuses on the moment where we're all screwed, but doesn't tell us after how does that change people's lives and how does it impact us on a long term. So a lot of people, especially at the beginning of the Egyptian revolution and later on the election of Muslim Brotherhood, the story was so gloomy about the backlash, democracy going backwards, but there was emerging stories of a whole cultural revolution happening. There was a lot of progressive laws. Even the word harassment didn't exist in Arabic, and it was introduced in the constitution. The scene of freedom was fascinating, but no one was there to tell those stories, because I think international media comes in to look for the sexy news, the hype, the what happened right now, the hot things that happens, and doesn't take time to stay and actually understand the context. So, for example, even now in Tunisia, after 11 years, we had some news in July, if everyone was following. Again, international media didn't know how to report that, because most of them have left, and now, Tunisia is on the news again. What do we do? And even when I get a lot of media requests, I would prefer to actually go blog and tell my full story, because the media will come to me to just ask for what happened after 10 years of the Arab Spring, and there is no change, or there is still an economic crisis, and it's much more complex than that.
Before I ask the audience to participate by questions, there's a beautiful microphone that just waits for your questions for Aya. My question would be to follow up on Tunisia, because as you said, you have the inside perspective, and we had the news in Germany as well in July. How would you describe the situation changed over the last 10 years? And how did the empowering moment of the revolution stay with the people, and what did it change in terms of society?
I really see it as a campaign, continuous campaigning. So the moment of the revolution itself was to end dictatorship, but that's part of a longer process for the campaign to continue. So even after Ben Ali left, we continued the daily advocacy, daily protest, daily campaigning. Then you see after 3 years, when we had austerity measures from IMF, and World Bank, a younger generation actually went out to the street to protest. In different cities, it was very similar actually to the revolution, because it affected not only the capital city, but other cities. I think I was in Kenya or somewhere, and I was seeing that, and I was fascinated, because I'm we started something, but it's continuing. Young people are continuing to campaign. People are still aware and conscious, and they go out when they see something unjust. The same way, I think now, when we had the recent events, people are also conscious. And I think that is rooted in our fundamental unifying why we went to the streets, which is شغل حرية كرامة وطنية, jobs, freedom, dignity. So whatever we go up and down in our way of, or our direction to the struggle to achieve the Tunisia we want, or to build the Tunisia we want, it's those 3 words that are in the back of our mind. So I think every time we have a crisis, and I'm asked by journalists of this, are you pessimistic or optimistic about the future? I'm of course I'm optimistic, because if we did it once, we can do it again, once you are on the front line and you live that moment of freedom, you're fearless. You're what worse can happen? I almost died for my freedom, I was there, I lived it, and it's worth it, because I was part of change. And now it gives everyone more energy to continue. And of course, it's frustrating, there are ups and downs, but it's called the struggle. You know, the French Revolution took 20 years. The struggle for apartheid took decades. So it's called the struggle. So we have to struggle. And I think we also learned as millennials that change doesn't happen overnight, and that we started something that the next generation and the next generation can continue, but we just need to push for us to be the last generation to experience many of those injustices. I think that's the aim, to not prolong this suffering.
That would be beautiful if it would come true. Once again, a very kind invitation to ask questions. We do have the mic there. Otherwise, in your speech, you mentioned something that I was aware of, but still not in that broad context. You said, maybe the problem is that Europe is depicted as heaven and Africa as a place you should rather live, as a whole continent, because we don't diversify. So in order, on our first conference day, I don't know if you know that, we looked at the European narrative, because I'm convinced that we have to look at social struggle in Europe as well. But would you say how could we influence the reporting, and is it about how media reports in Europe, or is it about how international media reports that's available basically everywhere, like huge ones?
You know, my feeling as a Tunisian, looking at the international reporting scene, first of all, I have two senses when I see the reporting. I see that always, we are reported as the problem, whether we live in our countries or we live outside of our continents. So it's always someone who look like me or my community, even in Europe or in the US, who is having trouble. And I think that kind of reporting reinforces the stereotypes that we box ourselves into over time, because sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not intentional. A lot of the mainstream media just want to report what's happening. And I think the second issue is that we don't report as diverse as we should and as equally important. So from my perspective as well, sometimes two things happen at the same time. Let's say an amazing thing or even a crisis happening in Guinea, and there is Charlie Hebdo in France, right? And we find the whole media focused on one event and completely ignoring what's happening in other parts of the world. And I think international media job to do is to report everything equally, because every story is important, every story needs advocacy and needs support and needs solidarity. It was even a funny picture at the time, I forgot which year, that a lot of heads of states and government of Africa, they were in the streets in Paris in solidarity while we were in crisis, in our countries. So I think, I don't know about nationally and how, like, media, for example, in Germany reports, but I think what German audience receives about the word needs to change, because, there is a whole other stories of Africa than the famine and the conflict and the hunger and the picture of, the skinny child with big belly and the one with a gun. And funny enough, when I went to the US, there was also a stereotype of Tunisia like being desert with camels, and that's what the media projects there. I'm like, no, we are in 2020, we don't ride camels but I lived in the down south of the US, so that's like how the media portrays, even though you have internet and you should be more informed. So I would say it's really about equally and not prioritize the story, but also the diverse spectrum of the story. And what I said about portraying the struggle in Europe, I think it also gives a sense that our issues are global. When we portray that, everything is awesome here, then when a civil society organization asking me to collaborate, I'm like, how are we gonna collaborate on what? Because I am struggling, but what is the struggle? But when you come here and have conversations and you're like, in Europe we don't have equal pay for women, then that is a narrative that both, you know, civil society in the South and the North can collaborate on. So I think exposing the issue doesn't make negative portrayal of your country at all. It actually brings more solidarity, more collaboration, and tells the true story. So we can also know that Cabo Verde is really a heaven place, and there is another place in Europe or the US that really needs help.
I couldn't agree more on that, in particular on also stating the challenges that we have here, because equal pay, or I was mentioning the other day, it's not that long ago that women in Germany, I mean, it's in the 70s, but still that women in Austria, I know it for sure, I think it was the same in Germany, needed the signature of their husband to give them the freedom to go to work. So, and we still not have equality on so many levels, not just on the from the feminist perspective. Are there any questions? Yes, please. There's a microphone up there. Just.
Yes, thank you very much, and I'm very, very interested in this topic. I was wondering, how has the reporting and the narrative changed with Al Jazeera becoming a global player? Because, and I was wondering if there is something on the horizon from other cultural arenas that could be a similar phenomenon.
Thank you very much for this very important question. As Al Jazeera is, I think, in particular in social media, also on the forefront.
Yeah, I mean, we challenged a lot Al Jazeera reporting because it also biased because it's from the region. But I think something really cool Al Jazeera did with especially IG+, they recruited a lot of the bloggers that they were on the streets, they were documenting. And honestly, we learned it by doing. We weren't trained to pick up a camera and do all of it, or how to blog, how to attract an audience, and following all of that. It's just learning by doing. And I think the smart thing they did, instead of bringing whole new people and training them, they just recruited the activists who already had networks of activists, and they could just bring much diverse audiences. I think that's something I would love to really see a lot in big outlets. Not only bloggers, but even like young, up-and-coming filmmakers, you know, people of diverse expression of all forms to be recruited without having a degree in journalism, because what you learn in the street is a lot, is intense, and is also an important experience that can add value to the person who, you know, studied journalism and who's practicing journalism. I think that collaboration, I think, would be powerful, actually, between two people who have academic knowledge and one who have the field knowledge. So
we are already nearly at the end of our time. I'd love to ask, as our title is Realistic Utopias, what would your realistic utopia be? What is something where you think, like, if just a little thing would change in the world, we could really create a huge change and create kind of a reach a kind of realistic utopia?
I like realistic utopia, so it's like you're playing with the words. I mean, for the word I want to live in, it's just simple. To be free, right? It's not too much to ask. I just want to exist as a female, regardless of my gender, my age, where I come from, my name. I just want to be free. I just want to be me and not be, you know, not be discriminated against. So I think what I fight for every day is also a personal struggle I go with every day, as a female or as a young person or as an African, and all I ask is just to be free. I want freedom. But I think in terms of storytelling, I really want us to reach a point where we respect people to tell their own stories in their own words, in their own context, would just respect that and not try to manipulate that narrative or just respect that if we can amplify it. And I think that will make those voices the mainstream, not the exception. Because in so many times when I talk about amazing young people I meet, they're like, oh, that's like only happening in that country or only that young person running for that office. But they're the majority, they're the mainstream. So if we can get those stories to be the mainstream and not the exception, I think we'll also have, we will understand each other and we'll accept each other as people.
I think that's a really great realistic utopia and something that shouldn't be so hard to achieve. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking to you. It was a pleasure having you here. So I'm just shortly announcing the next part of this wonderful session, which is we are welcoming back Vivian with the third pitch of the Human Rights Film Festival, Big Oil versus the Law. Interesting film and also about realistic utopias, how to challenge big corporations. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the pitch.
Thank you. Please all come on stage. Thank you very much, Aya, for your very inspirational talk. We've got some really special guests here today. We've got Lili Fuhr from Heinrich Böll Foundation in Berlin. We've got Mette Reitzel. She's a filmmaker based in London. And we've got Nadja Smith, who's a producer based in Berlin. And we are going to talk about their film, which is called Big Oil versus the Law, and there's a lot to talk about. Would you like to kick us off, Nadja?
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Vivian, for introducing us. Thank you, Lily, for being on stage with us. We're very happy to be here and to present you our documentary and impact campaign, Big Oil versus the Law. When Mette first told me about her idea of making a film about people suing big oil companies for climate change, I thought, wow, important topic, but how are we going to visualize court cases in an exciting way? But soon this question was answered by itself, because I started to dive into the very personal, very emotional stories of our protagonists, and I was hooked. Let me show you what I mean by showing you the teaser.
De familia soy pequeños agricultores y me he formado como guía de montaña. Entonces, cada vez que subía a las montañas observaba mucha desglaciación. Nosotros, las ciudades, los agricultores, dependemos de las montañas. Ojalá en algo contribuya yo de que se pare la desglaciación.
A court case has seen a Peruvian farmer go up against a German energy giant, alleging the company RWE are to blame for an ice glacier melting in South America. Saul wants the energy giant to pay to protect his village against future floods.
De impact van die zaak kan heel groot zijn inderdaad voor heel veel mensen, heel veel levens, heel veel natuur. Maar waar je op dagelijkse basis mee bezig bent, is toch niet zo dat.
Line, wat eisen jullie precies in deze rechtszaak?
Wij eisen eigenlijk heel simpel dat Shell stopt met het veroorzaken van gevaarlijke klimaatverandering. En meer concreet, dat ze minder CO2 gaan uitstoten.
En wat is jouw persoonlijke motivatie om je er zo voor in te zetten?
Ik ben van een generatie die de gevolgen gaat zien, maar ook die de oplossing kan zijn.
We got separated from each other while battling the rain and the storm surge. I felt like I was being spun inside a washing machine, but I was together with my parents during their last minutes of their lives. Everything was taken away by that storm, but I was able to survive for a reason. And I promised myself that I will never stop finding what that reason is.
Hey, Steve! Steven! That picture says it all. You leaning out of your effing window up there, rather than being down here with your friends.
What is happening to me is designed really by Chevron and the entire fossil fuel industry to stop the kind of work that is needed to save our planet.
Op het ene moment denk ik, oh, het komt echt heel dichtbij en hebben we alles helemaal goed onder controle en hebben we alles overzien. En het volgende moment denk ik, ja, ik werk hier heel hard voor en ik kan dit. En ik verwacht dus ook dat als we winnen, dat dat als gevolg zou hebben dat een heleboel fossiele bedrijven hun advocaat mogen gaan bellen.
Very powerful. So as some of you might know, our Dutch character Nina went on to win a historical verdict against Shell. It was the first time ever a court has ordered a private company to cut their emissions. And we were there to film it. This was in May this year. The idea for the film started about 2 years ago during the Extinction Rebellion protest in London. It was a real wake-up call for me. It made me realize just how bad the situation is, and it's terrifying. But it also gave me a sense of hope and of power. The message was very clear. This is a systemic problem. It's not about individual guilt. But if we as individuals collaborate, we do have the power to change those systems. The people in our film take that message one step further. Instead of pressuring governments to change the laws, they are using existing laws to challenge some of the most destructive and powerful companies in the world directly in court. Our film is going to focus on the personal stories of the people behind those cases. How did they find the motivation, the courage, and the resilience to take on this epic challenge?
With Big Oil versus the law, we are modeling the future of filmmaking and the future of citizenship. Thinking globally, acting locally. Big Oil is a collaborative project. That means we're working with established filmmakers and local teams all around the globe, wherever the story takes place, as you could see in the teaser. We are shooting in the Philippines, in the Netherlands, in the United States, and in Peru. The leading team consists of Mette Reitzel, the main director. She's the one connecting all the stories to one narrative arc. Siri Klug, She's the advising director of photography of the project, and myself being responsible for all the production issues.
And we want to take that collaborative approach and apply it to the impact campaign as well. So we'd like to partner with existing organizations, both on the development and on the delivery of the campaign. We believe that film has got like an incredible power to engage people emotionally with an issue. It can simplify a really complex topic, it can bring new people to the cause, and it can re-energize the old-timers. We want to use this film to inspire viewers to find their own motivation and courage and resilience the way that our characters did. Not everybody can sue an oil company, but everybody can impact the systems that they are part of in their daily lives, and everybody can play a role in making fossil fuels culturally and politically unacceptable. We need to activate people from all layers of society if we're going to be able to build the realistic utopias that is the theme of today.
So where are we at with the project? We did a year of research shootings. We produced a teaser, the one you could see, and other video footage. We just finished writing the first draft of a larger treatment, and we're now deepening our relationships with partners in terms of impact and financing, and we're still looking for new ones. We already have interest from Arte and Deutsche Welle. We get the support of Deutsche Umwelthilfe, Global Nature Fund, Greenpeace, and Friends of the Earth. We are planning to complete the feature-length film at the end of 2023 and to release the film and start the impact campaign in spring 2024. We hope to prototype parts of the impact campaign already as soon as possible. If you have any further questions or you want to share your ideas and feedback with us, please feel free to talk to us afterwards. We'll be happy to discuss your ideas and answer all your questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now, since we've got an amazing expert who's working with exactly this topic very much, would you like to quickly introduce yourself and just say what your daily work is all about? I know that you are connected with the story of Saul, the farmer in Peru, so we can talk about that one a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, I've met him a couple of times. Hello, so I'm Lily Fuhr. I work for the Heinrich Böll Foundation, the political foundation affiliated with the German Green Party here in Berlin. And I had our international environmental policy program. And yeah, so I cover work ranging from climate to biodiversity, from oil and gas to plastics. But working with rights-based approaches and working with lawyers and working with the law to achieve climate and environmental justice has been a key strategy we've been pursuing for many, many years. And we've been actively sort of engaged in strategizing and networking in that space. So we have, since 2016, run a number of climate justice legal expert meetings across the globe, bringing together lawyers and activists to brainstorm new ideas for climate legal initiatives and strategic court cases to run, including against big oil, but not only. And we've also helped to create a new organization called the Climate Justice Fund, which is meant to support climate legal initiatives in the global south.
Right. Yeah, that's very important. And so how did you get to know Saul?
Yeah, so the organization in Germany that was working, or is still working most closely with him, is German Watch, and they approached us and asked for some support, including financial support, to bring Saul to one of the big climate conferences.
Right.
And we were very happy to help with that, and also make sure that we could connect him with some of the key people he needed to talk to. So I met him at one of those global gatherings. And that must have been a very awkward moment for him to travel around the world and land in Europe in the middle of winter. It was freezing cold, and be at a conference like that with thousands of people. But he's an amazing person, I have to say. He's so brave, courageous, and he knows exactly why he's doing it, and he can so clearly tell his story. It's really amazing. So he's traveled to Europe a number of times, and has been in Europe also at the time when the court case went through the first hurdle of actually getting accepted as a court case, which was an amazing moment to celebrate with him. So I do think it's a great idea, and I look forward to seeing him on the big screen. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly, because I think that's also what's needed. Because if we are looking at big corporations like Shell or RWE, of course, it's like, how as an individual can you actually do something? And then you found these, maybe you can talk a little bit about how you found these stories and identified where they were globally, and how, which I think is really interesting, that you are working this is a collaborative project. Of course, big oil, you can't fly around everywhere because that would go against your own little manifesto, probably. So would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of how we found the cases, I mean, I just did a lot of research into, what are the key cases, basically, going forward. I mean, all of the ones that we're including in the film, they're kind of landmark cases in the sense that they're all inventing their own legal strategies. A lot of our legal system was invented before climate change was even an issue. So it's not straightforward to go and sue a corporation for climate change. Lawyers are really having to get quite creative in terms of how they formulate it and the legal case. And so each of our cases has got a slightly different legal argument that they're testing. They're sort of experimental cases. So that was one criteria, and we wanted them to be all around the world. So we've got various different continents represented. We also wanted there to be something for us to film during the course of production, because legal cases, I mean, they can take a very long time. I think Saul's case has been going on for 5 years already. So we've tried to choose the cases that are about to go to a hearing and that are looking, likely to win or have at least a chance of victory, and then obviously finding the right people within each case to focus on was another part of it, because we wanted to focus on their personal stories and understand that journey from like just being somebody standing there looking at this sort of suicide pact that we seem to have made, and just feeling hopeless, and then that, from that moment into stepping onto the international stage in the way that, Saul has done from this little village in the mountains in Peru. Suddenly he's in the spotlight at COP or whatever. So, yeah, that was how we chose the cases.
Yeah, that is a very good hint. The COP26 coming up. Is there anything that, for example, you also work towards, that there are some... do you think that there's any hope that we can really nail something now with the COP26? Just a personal question. If you think that something we all know something has to happen now. A film like this can, of course, support the message that is really urgent.
Yeah, unfortunately, the climate doesn't get saved at COPs usually. COPs are much more about momentum, creating momentum, some rules, of course, but also doing a lot of damage control. Yeah. So honestly, I don't expect COP26 to nail anything at this point. No. We join the movement calling for a postponement of COP because of the circumstances and the way that the British government is proposing to hold the COP, which doesn't allow for a safe COP that is actually participatory and inclusive. It can become all kinds of things, including a super spreader event. So right now, I don't have my hopes up high. And the one thing that they do want to nail is the conclusion of what is called the Paris Rulebook, the rules of implementation of the Paris Agreement. And the one thing lacking is the establishment of a new global carbon market, which we actually don't think is a good idea. So that part we'd rather let them ponder a little bit longer.
Right. Would you go to, were you planning, or are you planning to go?
I'm not planning to go. No, I'm planning to follow from afar, but I'm not planning to go.
Right. I think that's probably what quite a few. But otherwise, would an organization like Heinrich Böll, would you be there?
Oh yeah, we always, but yeah, we're an observer organization to the UNFCCC, to the Framework Convention, and we've been following all of the COPs since 2007 quite closely, sending big delegations, organizing lots of events and commenting, doing advocacy work around the negotiations,
Right. So since we've got this great documentary that is in the making, I know that, and this is something that we are trying to establish here at the forum, and with hosting the Climate Story Lab last year under the umbrella of the Human Rights Film Festival Berlin, is that we want to provide a space where, you know, foundations and NGOs and representatives of other civil society organizations with storytellers can come together. And I know that, for example, Heinrich Böll is one of the few German organizations that is already doing that. What would be your, let's say, motivation to partner up with a film, to get the message that you are working on out even further and maybe also reach different audiences?
Yeah. So I think we've realized that just presenting people with ever more facts and figures and numbers isn't just getting us where we need to go.
Right,
it's just, it doesn't motivate people to act. It sometimes makes us just feel very powerless because the situation is so terrible and horrible. So I think you know, films are just a really powerful tool because you can tell stories and, as you said, engage people emotionally with a topic. And I think because these strategic litigation cases, these court cases that are emblematic and are trying out new legal strategies, they're terribly complicated when you look at them in detail. The science behind them, the legal arguments, they're not straightforward and they're very hard to communicate. So if you do just a press release or something, people won't actually understand what you're trying to do. Plus, they don't work as standalone things. They're part of a toolbox of various approaches that campaigning organizations use. And I think that's a wonderful contribution to that toolbox. So I'm very excited about the film, but also the impact campaign, because I think that can work really well together, telling the story from the perspective of the individuals involved and then really basically telling a story of how change can happen.
Right, exactly. And I think one of the very strong stories that you've picked is, of course, the one that is based around Shell, where you can already see that, okay, you know what, we do have a chance. An organization like Milieu Defensie actually did get through and were able to convict them. Of course, they're challenging it, but I don't think.
But it's already inspired new cases in Germany. I don't know if you followed, but you mentioned Deutsche Umwelthilfe already, they and Greenpeace, and they've launched new legal cases drawing on that decision in the Netherlands and on the Constitutional Court decision here in Germany, and are now suing several car companies in Germany and Wintershall, which is Germany's biggest oil and gas company. Right. They've announced that they will sue them very soon and want to stop them from expanding their oil and gas business in the future. So those cases have already inspired new cases elsewhere, and that's, that will grow.
Yeah, exactly. Are you part of that movement in Germany?
I'm not sure it's a big movement in Germany. We're sort of like an expert network.
Yeah.
We're not directly involved in any court case ourselves.
All right. Yeah. You just provide legal framework, kind of.
We provide space for people to come together and strategize and think.
We love that.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Lily, can you just say a few words about the Climate Justice Fund that you were mentioning before? What exactly is it? Are you supporting with this fund? Would it be possible to, let's say, fund a film by this fund? Or have you done that before, or have you thought about it?
It's still a fairly new organization, and we're still fundraising for that organization to have any funds at this point. But the idea of the Climate Justice Fund is that there's a lot of money out there for climate legal cases right now. But most of that money is flowing into the global north to very established organizations and flowing into very big cases. And what we've seen with working with grassroots organizations and lawyers and activists in the global south is that there are many, many ideas. There's a huge lack of actually time and capacity to implement them. But they don't require $1 million or euros right from the start to get working, because they need to take a risk and then get started and see whether it works and then take it one step further. So it's very messy, very complicated, very, bit by bit and complex. And that's something that the big foundations based in the global north cannot really well manage. So we're trying to establish the Climate Justice Fund as an intermediary, basically, that can help identify and support those cases. But it's actually quite difficult because the big funders don't actually want to share that space. So
there's a question. Please, Marja.
My name is Marja de Koning. I'm artistic director of Human Rights Film Festival in the Netherlands, The Hague. Movies That Matter, and I've been a commissioning editor for a really, really long time. And I'm pretty sure that did you hook up with any of the public broadcasters in the Netherlands already?
We actually have a Dutch co-producer.
Yeah.
And they're in discussions with Dutch broadcasters, but no signature yet.
Okay, well,
but
reach out to me. I'll make them sign.
Okay. Great. He knows them inside
It's
out.
not that difficult. I mean, it's also when I was still a commissioning editor, we're taking up the cause against Shell with the Nigeria case with the widows. As you might know, Doc Society is helping on the legal matter. So apart from what you're all doing, which is fantastic, I think this is absolutely something public broadcasters should pick up. The people from Arte, I know they should pick up, but also be strong and get the Dutch in.
Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, does anyone else have a question to any of our panelists? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Philip. I'm a filmmaker, and I'm working on a documentary right now and also trying to figure out a way how to make my film public. So the question is concerning about how, in a really concrete, maybe you can have some examples, how can the collaboration of NGOs or impact and how to say that, how can the collaboration of filmmaking and NGOs, what kind of result can it, is it like financing, or is it to use the voice of NGOs? Can you make some examples how this collaboration can bring fruits?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that's why we're sitting here. It's in Germany fairly new. If you look to the US, it's been done since many, many years, and that's to do with the financing of films over there. The broadcasters don't really finance any films, and so the filmmakers had to look for other alternative sources, and so they went to see who could be my partners, and they found them in NGOs, they found them in foundations, they found them also in philanthropy is very big. And so this is how it grew, and I think there is a growing need also in Germany where civil society is waking up to the fact that politics is actually not really, we can't wait for them to solve it. I think we know that now, it's done, we need to get moving ourselves. So I think that maybe you agree with me that foundations, especially, I mean, you're very active, that foundations and NGOs are waking up to the fact that they should actually be bolder and also collaborate in new ways, because they also need to find new ways how to make impact. How would you see that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the way that we've worked with films in the past, I know of are, the cases where we've commissioned documentary sort of filming, which doesn't, allow the filmmakers to be completely independent in the story they tell. But we've also used existing films to do screenings, to show them to our audiences, to connect them with panel discussions like this, to then discuss a specific topic. So we collaborate with film festivals in various countries around the world that have, for example, a focus on the environment, and then we recommend documentary movies that we know about that they can screen, and experts that they can invite, etc. So there's a multitude of things. We do have some issues with, funding and our funding guidelines and all of that. So it's complicated, but I agree that a lot more needs to be explored for sure.
Yeah. And I think that just to quickly tell you that if it's still our structures in Germany is very much that you get funded through our broadcasting system, which of course is taxpayers' money, and you cannot money from foundations or NGOs is seen as private money, and you cannot mix it. So you need to kind of a little bit, and they are just figuring it out as well, how to do that. You need to separate, the financing of the film that is going to be broadcast from the impact campaign. The impact campaign can have total private, so-called private money, but because the broadcasters will most likely not help you with that, but yeah.
Thank you so much.
I see that we are running out of time. See, the clock is already getting red. Final words from you. What's your next step?
Well, we're very much planning to go to COP and film in November in Glasgow. We do need to finalize the funding to be able to do that, but it's quite an important part of the story because Nine from Holland is planning to go there. They're going to be launching a toolkit for climate litigation. It's going to be the sort of pinnacle, potentially, of her personal story as well, because it's very much about her fear of public speaking, and she's going there to, present in front of on this global stage. And there might also be an overlap with Saul, the Peruvian story, because that's one of the cases that that is in their toolkit. So that's our next big step. We have two other of our cases are going to have hearings next year as well. So that would be.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and you. We will see you later again on stage as well. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us, both here in Berlin and online. I am Katrin Strobel, and I'm the program director of the Inequality Program at the Robert Bosch Foundation. And I'm very excited to be here and to moderate this panel, because when I tell people that I work on the topic of inequality, and especially when I tell them that I work on the intersections between different forms of inequality, so economic, social, cultural, they look at me with a little bit of bewilderment and ask, so you work on all of inequality? And then next time I see them, sometimes, they jokingly say, oh, so have you solved inequality yet? And what that shows me is that the topics we work on sometimes seem so big that they seem unsurmountable. And so I'm very honored to be here on stage with an incredible group of people who will show that indeed these struggles can be successful, and who will share their insights with us on how we can strengthen our impact. And as this festival is also about bringing together the struggles and topics we all too often see as separate: peace, human rights, feminism, and to develop joint narratives between these different struggles, I'm very excited to see how the diverse experience that we got on stage here will come together. So I'd like to introduce our panelists and start with Antonia Muzunga. Thanks for joining us from Kenya. You're a feminist activist with years of experience in advocacy, promoting equality and non-discrimination, as well as rights around sexual and reproductive health. You worked with numerous humanitarian and human rights organizations, and you're currently the national coordinator of the Fight Inequality Alliance in Kenya, which is an alliance of a very diverse set of actors, including nonprofit organizations, human rights campaigners, women's rights groups, environmental groups, faith-based organizations, trade unions, etc., etc. And the Fight Inequality Alliance brings all of them together to fight the growing crisis of inequality. And I have come to know the Fight Inequality Alliance one of the focal points to unite and thus strengthen the global movement against inequality. So very glad you're here, Antonia.
Thank you for having me, and I'm excited to have this discussion today.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce you, Alejandra and Sheta. Great to have you here in Berlin with me. You're one of the, if not the leading Latin American voice of the human rights movement. You received numerous recognitions, I can't even tell you all of them, but you're a Mexican lawyer, you're an activist, you're a leader of the human rights movements for migrants, for workers, and for indigenous communities in Mexico, mainly through the organization ProDesk that you founded in 2005 and of which you are the executive director. And ProDesk stands for the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Project. And you combine community education, collective organizing, human rights litigation, and policy advocacy. And I think you're most known for achieving unprecedented results regarding accountability mechanisms for international corporations in Mexico, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Last but not least, welcome Dylan Matthews of Peace Direct. You're the CEO of this UK-based organization that supports local people and initiatives to prevent violent conflict and build sustainable peace around the world. You worked in international development, humanitarian organizations in very different contexts, including at Oxfam, Landmine Action, and Y Care International. And you are one of the masterminds behind one of my favorite reports of this year, which is called Time to Decolonize Aid, and is based on consultations with activists, decision makers, academics, practitioners on how structural racism manifests itself in their work and how they envision a decolonized system that is truly inclusive and responds to their needs. Great to have you with us.
Thank you, Catherine. It's great to be here.
All right, so I would like to make this panel as concrete as possible to be as helpful as possible to everyone who's listening to us. And so I'd suggest that we start with a quick round in which each of you shares an example of where a project, an initiative, an effort was successful and why you think it was successful. Dylan, would you mind kicking us off?
Thanks, Catherine. Well, I could start with some examples that we all are familiar with, things like the Sudanese Revolution, for example, or the Otpor student movement that overthrew Milosevic in Serbia. But actually, what I'd like to do is just hone in on a small example from a bit of work that we have been supporting in Mali. So as you know, as you quite rightly introduced me, Peace Direct supports local efforts to stop violence and build sustainable peace. And we really believe in the power of local efforts to do that, really strengthening local capacities for peace. And we've set up a mechanism to really get funds to groups that are below the radar, that aren't heard by the international community, aren't favored by the international community. They might be youth groups or women's groups. And one such youth group came to us in Mali and said that they were appalled at the situation of slavery in their country. Slavery is not a criminal offense in Mali, and as a group of young people, they were adamant to do something about this. So they asked for a very small amount of money, just a few $1,000s, to launch a campaign and build momentum around trying to pressure the government to end the practice of slavery. And within a very short space of time, they mobilized their networks, their peers. They used social media, as all young people know very well how to do. And they, in a very short space of time, mobilized 1 million people to engage with the issue of slavery in Mali. And as a result of these efforts, they persuaded the UN to release a statement calling on the government of Mali to criminalize slavery. Now, this was done with a very small number of young people absolutely determined to make a change in their community and in their country. And what it reminded me of is the power of local action. Believe in what local people can do. And second, trust them to get on and do it. We sometimes in the West and in the global North feel that we have the solutions and that there must be some sort of cookie cutter approach to solving the world's problems where we can use the same approach elsewhere. And what we are saying to the international community, to funders, to policymakers is understand the context, listen to what local people are telling you, and support them unequivocally, support them unconditionally to allow them to do the work that they want to do. And for me, this one example, and we have countless of examples like this of young people or women's groups or community groups tackling injustice, tackling inequality, tackling human rights violations, and having remarkable results with very little money because they were trusted to do the job, because they are the experts in their context.
Thank you so much, Dylan. I think that theme of strengthening and trusting very small groups and local initiatives, I think that will be recurring in all of your examples. And I think another theme that will also be recurring is how do you connect that work to the policy level? How do you connect it with law? And I'd like to ask Antonia next to share her example. I'm sure we'll find a few of those themes to be recurring.
Thank you very much. And I think I'll just pick up from where Dylan Mette left off, and to say when the Kenya Fights Inequality Alliance began organizing, it was very young people like myself, older activists that have been in the struggle for a while. Used to live a few in jail. Juliani was an artist who had been in the struggle for long. And all of us came together from different civil society groupings, from feminist organizing, community-based group, faith-based organizations, survivors of various forms of injustice, to sort of also reimagine how we were doing the kind of work we were doing within organizations, within collectives, within movements. And one of the things that came up was the fact that those older people had experienced a more equal Kenya than the younger of us. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that there are people in this country who have experienced what it is like to have fairer taxes, who've experienced what it is to have access to public services that are not only affordable but accessible to a large majority of the population, to be engaged in day-to-day running of government through processes that include the ordinary people, through consultation, through community forums. And there's a generation like mine that has never seen that happen. And so one of the ideas that we came up was to organize under the banner that we call the Usawa label. So Usawa is the Kiswahili word for equity. And what it basically means is that it allows us to reimagine futures that are more equitable, that are more just, that communities have access to public services, and that they are included in development discourses. One of the flagship examples we did was organize a festival where we created an ideal community that community members could access services, information, experience art and music. It was safe for children to play right next to a big dump site in a community called Dandora, where all Nairobi's garbage is sent every day, and the government has absolutely refused to take action on that. And that is where the imagination of what the ideal community, that is where our campaigning around inequality fighting, reducing budget was born. That we were able to put that together as a small collective. When I make this joke and say the first Kenya Fight Inequality Alliance had only 7 groups involved. Now we are over 48, and different organizations anchoring different issues and using the budget process to campaign for allocations towards public services, for reduced taxes, but generally for a reduced, for government to pass inequality fighting budget. So yes, those are the 2 examples that I say have really, really rooted our work and have given us a platform to create what we call the memorandum of our demands, which are demands that we think when government pays attention to, we would be able to reduce inequality, fight injustice, and protect Kenyan people from further exploitation and abuse.
Great, thank you. Your voice quality varied a bit. I don't know if you could hold the microphone a little closer to your mouth, and if that will help. But we did understand what you say, though, so I didn't want to interrupt you. And I know that the form of collective organizing you're talking about, Antonia, also plays a big role in your work. So I'd like to hand over directly to you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this very interesting conversation with my colleagues. It is a shame that we can just say hi through the camera, but it is an honor to be with all of you. And just following the conversation about how to get success in order to achieve equality, I was already introduced. My name is Alejandra Ancheita. I am a human rights lawyer, but also I am the founder and the executive director of a human rights organization in Mexico, that we are mainly defending economic, social, and cultural rights of indigenous communities, but also agrarian communities, and we are also defending labor rights, principally of migrant workers. Related to all the cases, we decided to just take cases, collective cases. We are not defending individual cases, principally because the main focus of the work of our organization is building some strategies and some avenues to of course, access to justice, but principally to access to equality. And access to equality in countries as Mexico it takes time, no? And the other element for access to equality and access to justice is also, it will take organizing, collective organizing of people that are being affected. So I would like to share with you one specific case that can be useful to understand the work and also the success, not only of the work of the organization that I am directing, but principally the success of the work of people fighting for their rights. We are working with an indigenous community in the state of Oaxaca. It's a Zapotec community, and they are principally defending the right to land, territory, and natural resources. In that part of the state and in that part of the country, which is the Istmo of Tehuantepec, during the 90s, several corporations, principally green energy corporations from Europe came to develop wind parks. In that side of the country, the generation of wind is very important, and the quality of wind is a high quality for generate green energy. But what happened was that the corporations came, they didn't asked for informed and previous consultation to the indigenous communities. As you know, in order to prevent any kind of violation to collective rights for indigenous community, consultation for what is going to happen with their land, territory, and natural resources is very important for indigenous community. So they started to build wind parks in that part of the country under the basis of violating the indigenous rights. We, as an organization, started to work with this Unión Hidalgo community. 9 years ago, filing a case against a Spanish corporation named Renovalia, who already built a wind park in one part of their territory. And working with them, we were just not only developing with the community the legal strategy, but we were also developing the best way to support their internal organization, which means the different mechanisms to decision-making inside the organization, and also the best way to communicate with the organizers and also with the lawyers to really decide what kind of strategy they needed to do for defend their rights. During those years, we have working with them already 9 years. During those years, the wind park, this first wind park was already built. But with the organizing community, we started to hear information about the possibility of a new park. A property of Électricité de France, EDF, which is the energy corporation, the state energy corporation from France. They wanted to build another park in the rest of the land and the territory of this indigenous community. And we were able to litigate the case in a preventive perspective with the community, with information brought from the community to the lawyers and the organizers, and we were able to suspend the construction of this park. That was the first success, and it was really important because we, with the community, were able to prevent the major violation, which will be the construction of the park without consent of the community. And the second element of the success is that with the litigation, the community was able also to what we call buy time, buy time in order to have more time to organize themselves in a more strategic way, to define what was the community that they wanted and what kind of development they were wanted also to do by themselves, which is the exercise of their autonomy. So that was the other important success. And the third element that I would like to underline in the framework of that my colleagues were already talking about was this possibility to use their agency, their political agency, in order to also decide as a community to bring the case of violations of due diligence against Électricité de France to the French jurisdiction. So last year, on October 13, the community in company of Prodesk and the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights, we decided to file the case against EDF in the French jurisdiction. And now the indigenous community are litigating the case here in Europe and, of course, using their political agenda in Europe, not only in the Global South. So that will be my example.
Yeah, very impressive, and I think a good example also because it shows that how the work in the beginning led to the prevention of further violations and already strengthened that community to fight for their rights further. And some of the tools you mentioned to strengthen that community was supporting the internal organization, communication, and also their access to justice. Mm-hmm. And I would like to hand this question over to you, Dylan, because I know that you also work with local communities and you work globally. So I would be interested in seeing how you, as a globally acting organization, empower local communities.
Thanks, Catherine. I think the first and most important lesson for us in how to support those communities is to listen. There's a problem, I think, within the sort of international cooperation stroke solidarity ecosystem, which is that certain knowledge is valued over others. So particularly in relation to international peace building, humanitarian and development work, external knowledge, Western derived knowledge is prized over local knowledge. And so this hierarchy of knowledge means that we tend not to listen to what local communities are telling us. And so what we start is with the principle of just listening to local actors, listening to what they need. The second principle is to provide long-term support. So try not to focus on projectized funding, because the project cycles is not how the world works. Social change doesn't happen in project cycles or 2 or 3 year cycles. So really thinking about this as a long-term endeavor, and to try and be as responsive to those needs as possible. So providing unrestricted funding, connections to others who might be able to help, connections to the UN system within their own country, opening doors for them, but not speaking for them. So it's trying to fill the gaps that we see in the system without ourselves taking the place and overshadowing the voices that should be heard. And it's easier said than done, because the whole system is rigged against local efforts. And you mentioned, Catherine, the report that we produced this year, which was called Time to Decolonize Aid. And that really, it was a global consultation that we held with activists from around the world, 160 activists from around the world. And they explored the issue of structural racism and how it shows up in the system and how it shows up in their day-to-day work and how others interact with them. And it was pretty sobering to hear how ordinary communities and activists feel second-class citizens in their own countries because of the dominance of an elite group of governments or policymakers and donors and INGOs. And so what we're trying to do is challenge that and say we need to step back from this notion that we know best, that the West has all the answers or the global North has all the answers, and that these systems and processes that we've put in place are necessary somehow for effective social change to happen, because they aren't actually. We've created them over years and years and have created ever complex structures and systems that local activists have to jump through in order to secure funding or support. And so I think for us, it was a watershed moment releasing the report, just recognizing just how deeply embedded structural racism is within our sectors and how we need the whole sector to be shaken up in order to center this work on those who are most proximate to the issues, those people who are living these issues, living human rights abuses and injustice, and ensuring that they are front and center of efforts to lead and challenge those dominant practices. And so they're very simple principles that Peace Direct uses wherever we go: listening, long-term work, unrestricted support, trust, and experimentation, the willingness to try and fail and not to punish when there is failure, because failure is an enormously rich source of learning, but the system isn't very conditioned to accepting failure. Because your funders, that we worry about our funders, and we worry whether we're going to lose support domestically or internationally. So, you know, reintroducing some basic principles, I think, would help local communities, local organizations in their fight to tackle injustice and inequality.
Thank you, Dylan. That was a very rich comment, and I saw you nodding, Antonia, and I heard yes, yes from the right side. Before I ask the next question, I just want to say, if you want to answer to each other directly, please do so. I don't need to jump in and pose another question, and the same is true for the audience here. You can see it, but there's a microphone in the room, so if you have a question, please just step up and I'll make sure to hand over to you next. So please feel free.
Can I jump in real quick and just add on to that and say, even for us organizing at a national, local level, that those power dynamics are issues that we continue to deal with, that there's still power dynamics between organizations, community groupings, differences in backgrounds, class, ethnic backgrounds. And so even for us, those realities are even more, you know, the power dynamics presented by those identities also affect the way we organize. And like for us at the Kenya Fighting Equality Alliance, it's been, you know, constant deliberate effort to ensure that we constantly ask ourselves, who is in the room, who gets the microphone when we organize protests, or we have press conferences, why are they not speaking? For instance, is it that we are not, as campaign planners and me and coordinator and at the steering group level, is it that they are not prepped, or is it that they have not been given the space to speak? Or why is it that their experiences are not being had on, you know, platforms like media, like panels as this? And and I like to say, like, it's extra work, right? It's extra work. It's easy to find, you know, somebody who's educated, who can communicate in English as myself, to attend a media briefing, to attend such a program. But it's also even more, it takes deliberation to put somebody who's not had that kind of experience before. And that is also, should also be considered as success, getting new faces, younger people who are not able to communicate in what are considered international languages, so that their experiences, their solutions are had on different platforms, and they continue to also advocate for themselves and their communities.
Absolutely. I think the term power dynamics really gets to the core of what inequality and often human rights violations are about. Would you like to add to the concept of power dynamics? Because I think, since you're working in that spectrum of large corporations and local communities, that is also very present, but yet in another way.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that working in human rights is also about not only a collective power and organizing the power in a different way, but it is also making visible power dynamics, no? And it is power dynamics between the perpetrators of violations of human rights, could be the governments, but also more than ever corporations, no? And make accountable the corporations for the violations of human rights. But also the power dynamics between organizations of human rights lawyers with the communities that we are trying to support, because there are also power dynamics that we have to be accountable, no? In order to really talk about more equal relationships, no? And the other side of the power dynamics that for us as a feminist organization is the power dynamic that is existing in every single interaction which is the inequality between men and women. No? Mm-hmm. So we are working with collectives and communities, and even that one community is impacted at the same level for the inaction of the government to protect the rights and the action of the corporations for grabbing their land, the impact will be totally different for women and for men in the same community. And that power dynamic is something that is really, really important to underline, because in order to litigate and in order to also build remediation for violations of human rights, we need to identify the differences and the inequality that human rights violations are causing for men and women in the same community. So for us, the element for being accountable and make accountable corporations and make accountable government are integrated, no? Mm-hmm. Principally because as organizations of human rights, activists or organizers, we are not the good guys, no? We are many times just doing the same mistakes that we are talking about. So being accountable is also another element in this framework of power dynamics, and make visible that dynamics, I think, is a very good point.
And could you give us an example of how you put that process of self-reflection into practice in your organization?
Yes, well, it's a political process. It is, it's been complicated, no? Principally because, most of people working in the human rights field, I am convinced that we wanted to do something good, no? And young people also have this idealistic approach about supporting poor people and bringing justice to the excluded of the country, wherever is your ideal of justice. But we are not used to talk about power, and we are not used to talk about how we are using our privilege. And at least in Mexico, how also our society is based in a culture of privileges, no? So in order to have this self-reflection, we needed to build a team that is able to be accountable for their work internally, but also for the community that they are working with. And that was not an easy process. That requires a lot of training, internal training in power dynamics, feminism, human rights, what is our role, no, as human rights activists, how we can use our power, and the use of the power also, no? You can use the power to dominate, you can use the power to collaborate, and you can use the power to subordinate. So you have to consciously make the decision of use your own power in order to collaborate and to build and not to dominate or subordinate. But that takes a process. And I was just listening to my colleagues that, yes, fighting against inequality takes time. It can't be done with a project for 1 year, no? And I mean, I'm always joking with some foundations that they want to give you $3 and you have to change poverty in your country. And we are like, no, that is not going to happen. That is not realistic, no? So thinking in long terms, thinking in trusting about the knowledge of communities and the local leaders, I think that is part of the analysis that we need to do with our teams in order to be more aware about those dynamics.
Yeah, thanks for that example of what that means concretely. When I think about the long term, I think one of the challenges with that is also that in the meantime, there's a lot of setbacks, there's failures, and both when I talk to organizations I personally work with, but also when I look at historic examples, I am deeply impressed by people who continue. And I know that, Antonia, you build movements with a very diverse set of people, and you work also on a very broad range of issues. So I was wondering if you could maybe share, if you'd like, how you personally deal with failures, but you also, I'm sure, have plenty of examples of those people I'm describing who continue their struggles despite challenges and despite setbacks.
Yeah, and maybe I can begin by also sharing how we hold each other accountable at the alliance level in terms of power. So in terms of how the Kenya Fight Inequality Alliance is structured, like I said, we only started with 7 organizations, which were, I think, 3 national NGOs, and the rest were community-based groupings. Within a short time, we had grown, and so the question for accountability, the need for accountability to a larger group arose, and the decision to establish a steering group that one represents, so different organizations select, for instance, organizations that work on climate change get one slot to have somebody in the steering group to represent them in a leadership capacity. What happens in the steering group is that once you're nominated in the steering group, you're both accountable to the members, but also they get to do some accountability to the coordinator, the national coordinator, and to the global secretariat, who are full-time employees or hired to run the operationals of the alliance. So in that way, I have 2 levels of reporting, right? I report to my line manager, but I also report to the steering group, and the steering group holds me accountable to all the things I do pertaining to the alliance, right? What that has done is that it's increased more transparency within the alliance, that the alliance members are aware of all fundraising efforts, all admin work, all operations work, as a result of them being represented to the steering group based on the issues and sectors and the themes that are represented within the alliance. New members who join get, if there are new issues that are represented, they also get to select somebody to join the steering group and so on. But to answer your question on how we've done, we've built a movement with over 48 members, stemming from INGOs that are based in Kenya, national organizations, community groupings, collectives of survivors of various forms of injustices, survivors of sexual gender-based violence, survivors of torture and police brutality, survivors of human trafficking. Is when we started the alliance, the consistent question we kept on asking ourselves is, who does the system push aside and push behind when rewarding in terms of privilege? And those are the people we reached out to. Like I said, right now we're running the End Austerity campaign that is happening in 8 regions in the country. In the region that I have been coordinating those forums here in Kenya, this week, we were joined by what we call border riders. They run small errands using motorbikes, completely ununionized, not organized in any way or form. But at the alliance level, we say anybody who the system does not recognize as an equal contributor is qualifies to organize along us, because one thing we need to ensure is that we stop the politics of having only organizing around people or organizations with formal registration, formal structures, because that's how the system excludes community groupings and does not factor them in development, does not care about their experiences. So we have to do better and include groups that normally would not enter boardrooms that policy is being discussed. Because where else, which other platform would they find other than deliberate groupings like ours? But the other thing I wanted to mention is the fact that here in Kenya, a lot of movements are quite homophobic, and they exclude the LGBTIQ community. And so for us as the Alliance, based on what I have shared now, it also includes groups that have been excluded in other movements that have won fight. It's not been popular with other movements, but with time, other movements and other activist groups also see that why it is important to deal with your own, leadership biases that exist, and become as inclusive as possible. Because there is no point of you remodeling what the system of oppression has also remodeled and purporting to fight for freedoms and equality for everybody. Yes, so that's how we've done it. But also what that has resulted is that organizations or groups or activists organizing that would not represent some issue, the Alliance has shown that it's possible for people to consolidate struggles and fight together and learn from each other and grow in knowledge and boldness and brevity to challenge, systemic issues that would normally take a very long time to form mainstream conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Very important points to add to that list we already had on how we can be more successful in our struggles. We're already over time, but I want to ask the audience again if someone wants to step up. Last opportunity for a question. All right. Then I thank all of you for all of the good points, all of the constructive points that we can put into practice in our daily work. When I'm asked next time, have you solved inequality yet? I have plenty of answers to explain why I have not, but why that is all right. So thank you for that, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. We're here at Putting a Halt to Climate Change. It's quite of a bold statement, but the good news is, we're going to have a positive, forgot about that, we're going to have a really positive talk about that. And to warm ourselves a little bit up in our minds, get a bit of gymnastics in the brain on this, we have a fantastic keynote speaker who will start and do the introduction to this subject, and it's Andrew Gilmour of Berghof Foundation. The word is yours to have a good statement.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Marcia. I just think on this astonishing topic that we have to deal with, astonishing in its magnitude, there are essentially 4 messages that we need to get across. And this is immensely hard at a stage of such polarization in society, of such disinformation of a level that one hasn't really seen in decades, and a whole series of social media ways that prevent people from understanding what should be, to all of us, in any case, is blindingly obvious. Now, I would say the first message one has to get across somehow is that there is a generational aspect here that one has never seen before. We are clearly the first generation in history that knows what to do about what we are confronting. There is even when I was at university 30 or 40 years ago, it wasn't a few people knew, but not that many people knew what was coming and what needed to be done. But on the other hand, and this is what gives it such astonishing responsibility on our generation, if we're the first generation to know, we're actually the last generation to be able to do something about it, because it is increasingly clear, not necessarily absolutely 100%, but pretty likely that if dramatic cuts in carbon emission are not achieved in the next few years, one can reach a series of tipping points that will be irreversible. So there is that generational factor that, not surprisingly, for me, it's not remotely surprising why young people are so angry with my generation and the generation above. So that would be the first generation, first message to get across. I'd say the second one is what we are dealing with is of a truly unprecedented degree of injustice. And I know some of our speakers today are very much switched on with the issue of climate justice. And this is something that is even bigger than what I think would probably be the biggest ever injustice of all time, which is the transatlantic slave trade. And it is this. It is that the people who are by far already the most affected by the impact of climate change, whether it's flooding, or whether it is rising sea levels, whether it is drought, whether it is forest fires, it is time and again, it is the poorest people, often in the poorest countries of the world. But what compounds the injustices of it is that most of those countries have had zero impact in actually producing the carbon, in emitting the carbon that is creating the climate change that they are suffering for. And if we in the richer industrialized world don't understand that, it's going to be impossible to get countries such as China and India and the countries that have not fully industrialized. If countries like mine, the UK, which is where the Industrial Revolution was founded, or countries like Germany, where the cars is such as iconic industry, if the industrialized countries don't understand the extent of that injustice, we're not going to get the momentum. Now, the third message, I would say, is that although it is really, really going to be down to the wire, there is still hope. And this is an essential message to get across, because already we are seeing evidence that the very well-financed oil, fossil gas, fossil fuels industries and their populist media and right-wing media owners are getting across is that sometimes it is too late to do anything about it. Therefore, you might as well just carry on drilling the last remaining reserves of oil and gas out. It is not too late. But on the other hand, nor can you rely on the fact that technology will find a way out to substitute carbon and actually to extract carbon from the atmosphere. So this message of hope, and it is even people on our side of the environmental question, some of them are already wavering and actually giving up. And I find that astonishingly so deeply, deeply damaging. And we need to confront that with some message of hope, but not too much. And then my fourth message that I hope one needs to work on together is to look at the ways one can work to reduce carbon emission. And there are some ways. I mean, there is all the social activism, there is the way that media and filmmaking can contribute to getting the message across. There is the very important aspect of climate litigation, and that is something where which I actually put a lot of hope on, because the only way you're actually going to, you're not going to shame the fossil fuel producers and the bankers and everybody who enable it, but if you can threaten them, which is what is now happening through some vital court cases, most recently one in May against in The Hague with Royal Dutch Shell, if you can threaten them by really serious class action lawsuits, then that is going to have an effect. And that is something really important. And then we have, in addition to that, the whole the general moves towards shareholder activism. We saw Chevron and Exxon recently, environmentalist activists forced changes in their board. So there are ways to go. And then there is storytelling, which I think is going to be the theme of much of this session. It is vital to keep the anger up, because that is a really, can be a very, very positive and effective driver of change, which we so vitally need to see. But balanced against that, there has to be hope, and the positive stories to be balanced against the anger, and getting a fine balance for that. But my last absolute point within that is the importance to create alliances, and not to, we need desperately to win over people. And I think being too radical is the great danger. In the UK at the moment, there's a movement that is blocking a motorway. And that probably you're losing more friends for what you're trying. It's creating such irritation among commuters and people trying to use roads that actually it might even be setting back the cause. Getting up and saying, well, we have to just abolish capitalism and change our entire way of life is also not going to work. You can see the slogans even in this country for this weekend's election, how the AFD is saying that my car is voting AFD. And it is the idea that environmentalists want to stop all meat eating, stop all air travel, to banish all cars, is one that the climate change deniers are trying to use. So as we go forward, we need to build as many alliances as possible, and I think that has to be the absolute core of what we're trying to do. So with that, I look forward to the rest of the session. Thank you.
I heard a lot of hope there, so that's very good. Alliances, not too radical. There's a lot to be talked about. I'd like to call on stage Lili Fur. She's leading the International Environmental Policy Division of the Heinrich Böll Foundation, focused on international climate and resource politics globally. Works on articles and books. And the third person I'd like to call on stage is Franziska Heinisch. Is that? I'm really bad at my German. Sorry. She works on Friday for Futures, but far more important, People for Political Change, co-author of the book You've No Plan, That's Why We Have One. I really like that. And in 2020 launched Activist with the organization Justice. Welcome. And then we have, last but not least, Timali Kodikara, working together with Dog Society, but is a creator, producer, inventor of a really important podcast series called Mother of Invention, Feminist Solutions to Climate Change. Also a lot of hope and positivity going on there. Maybe a bit with anger, maybe, but. And you also advise on global climate organizations on how to adopt intersectionally feminist principles in their communication, strategies, and much more. Fantastic. Welcome, everybody. So we had a bit of a talk before, and we said it's all very negative. Do we really want this? So actually, my question to you now is actually to start off, are we tired about the negativity? Do we have the energy to go on? Can we become positive again? Where are the glimpses? Where are the cracks? The light cracks for you guys. You want to start?
I can start.
Yeah. Go.
I'm not tired, I have to say.
Good news.
Having to deal with bad news every day makes me angry, and that gives me positive energy to try and change something. But something that does sort of frustrate me is actually something that I've heard a little bit in your talk, Andrew, just now. Just to pick that up, it is, you're saying that we can't be too radical because it will turn people off. And what I'm actually more and more thinking is the kind of things that we want and need to change to actually prevent the worst climate crisis and fulfill the sustainable development goals that all nations signed on to. Maybe they sound radical because they're different, but they're much more realistic than anything else, because if we don't do that, transformational change, then that becomes unimaginable. That brings us into a future we can't imagine, that we can't handle. So we are increasingly calling these supposedly radical proposals for change radical realism, because they're actually much more realistic than green growth business as usual. So I'm hopeful that by calling them out as radically realistic proposals, that we can build alliances. And I've seen a lot of change in the environmental movement globally in the last couple of years, and a much more understanding in terms of how transformative and systemic change needs to be. I think we've really moved steps in the last couple of years on that question.
So there is alliances. So there is a combination of the two, Andrew. So that's positive, very positive. and you, what do you think?
Yeah, I think anger is a productive feeling, but also when we look at like climate change happening, but all the other crises too we're facing, most people are feeling powerless, hopeless.
Yeah.
really. And I think that we can politicize this feeling of hopelessness and feeling powerless to actually then fight against the crises that are threatening us. I think that's really important, because often we talk about the climate crisis and other issues as if it was an issue of like facts and arguments. Yeah, maybe it's that percentage or that percentage, but that's not really the thing. The thing is that the climate crisis and other issues threaten the livelihood of people. And people want to have a good life for all. People are demanding solidarity. People are demanding change. And that works by politicizing the feeling of powerlessness. And I think that links or is linked to actually changing power structures and actually demanding power, and not just the seat at the table, but the table for us to have. And so I think that there is no such thing as being too radical, because I think when we really want to understand the extent and the origins of this climate crisis, sorry, I'm about to be positive again, it's a question of capitalist economy. And we need to face that, because only then we can actually tackle the crisis. And so I think that there is hope in radicalism, such as like the protests in Dannenröder Forst or Hambacher Forst in Germany. People were protecting forests. It was climate activists, but they formed alliances with the people who lived there, whose villages were threatened by fossil fuel companies or a capitalist state building highways there. And I think that those alliances are giving me hope, and I think that those alliances are changing power structures really. And they are radical, but they are needed so much.
But maybe you mean, I'll let you react shortly on what you mean by radicalism, so it might be a combination of the two, as it feels like. And the good life for all is a phrase I always have in my mind, but I think people that's challenged by society, that quite a few people are not on our page, but that's another discussion maybe, on capitalism. Don't you? And you?
I mean, I agree with Franziska, because it's, you know, radical for whom is really the context, right? In the climate justice world, we talk a lot about this idea of hope and optimism, and if that is a feasible conversation to have, when at the same time I personally speak to many Indigenous women, Native women, who are watching the land that the bones of their ancestors are buried in disappear into the ocean, you know? And how do you have a conversation with them about hope? Hope is really a privilege that is entitled to us in the global north and the west. It's the way the conversation is consistently framed, as that it's something that's going to happen in the future, as opposed to something that's been happening for generations to people all over the world already, and before the Industrial Revolution, which is the marker that the IPCC uses. So, you know, the IPCC has also been very, very clear that we still have nine years to get an awful lot done, and there is an enormous amount of hope and optimism within that period of time. You know, we're sitting in Berlin. I'm born and raised in London. I live in New York City. Cities are enormous culprits for contributions to atmospheric emissions. But at the same time, we can also be these potent points of change as well. And we've seen that starting to happen. So that's where a lot of my hope lies.
Can I ask, and then you can dive in or whatever, react. I'm just really curious on that note, what you were saying about hope and Indigenous women, your podcast, which you did with a lot of the mothers of
Invention, yeah.
And what kind of stories did you get?
Well,
maybe people here have all heard them. I did not precisely.
Yeah, so I make a podcast on feminist solutions to the climate crisis. I co-host it with Mary Robinson, who was the first woman president of Ireland, and she's now the chair of the Elders, which I try not to get too pukey about even today, but also a comedian, you know. So it's the three of us talking to mostly Black and brown and Indigenous women and girls all over the world. The reason why the project came to be in the first place is because people were not giving attention to these stories, but more importantly to the innovations that they were developing. There is still this enormous presumption that that poor, working class, Black, brown, indigenous women, girls, young people, gender non-conforming people are not capable of developing strategies to solve the climate crisis, while at the same time they are the people who are on the front lines of it, have been surviving it all this time. So it makes absolutely no sense to move forward without asking them about their stories directly. So, you know, in the last season, which we launched in the middle of the pandemic, which was a challenge, and I wrote it so that it would wrap at the US presidential election. You know, we covered stories around slavery, colonization, and reparations through to immigration, because obviously that's had a knock-on effect on immigration. There's a minimum of 200 million people that will be migrating from the global south to the global north during the middle of the century. Due to the climate change. Immigration, we talked, you know, about agriculture, because what if we can help people stay at home through like sustainable agriculture? Looking at biodiversity, because if our biodiversity is great in these places, then agriculture has a chance. Looking at new economic systems, again, to this amazing point around rethinking white patriarchal extractive capitalism, which has done none of us any favors, or most of us no favors. And then concluding, talking to young people, because young people are it. They are it. They are the beginning and the end of the whole solution.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you for that. That's really, but then, there's more hope than I thought when you said certain things like, oh, are we getting on the wrong page? But that's not completely true. And when you hear this, I mean, you had the opening speech, you put some things on the table, as I understand, you got some reactions. So what about the radicalism and the alliances? Because I feel that they're from both sides now coming points that could be one of the solutions, or am I wrong?
No, I agree. And I'd like to, I haven't really disagreed with anything I've heard. I just want to make the point. When I talk about radicalism, what I really mean are things that can be portrayed as extremism. And what I don't want to do in the 9 years we have left is to give yet more gifts to Rupert Murdoch and to Exxon and Bolsonaro and Trump supporters, by showing that the environmentalist movement and people trying to go for climate justice are trying to trying to use green causes to do what they already wanted to do, which was to bring socialism, for example, and overthrow the capitalist order. So that is one area I think it is desperately, even if I fundamentally agree that the current economic model is what has created the problem, I still feel that the time being so short, we haven't got time to win over the speed, the amount of time that will be required to win that over. In the meantime, we need alliances. And I happen to be a vegetarian, for example, and I happen not to have a car. But that doesn't mean that were I to see you eating a chicken sandwich or you taking a taxi, that we should get into arguments about that, because that is what the other side want us to do. They want us to tear ourselves to pieces over the degree of purity that we're prepared to demand from others. And that is why I think the alliance building, we have to stay together and not criticize each other if there are minute differences of opinion between us, and which is, of course, all progressive movements have that tendency, I have to say, to do that. And try and win over as many people as possible, and therefore to gauge our audiences and use the right language and the right recommendations that isn't going to turn off people.
I'm not sure I understand completely I think I understand what you're saying, and that's also more on a political level, whereas you work more on other levels. Maybe it is political, but with the young generation, and you with other groups. What is your take on that? Is it like turning each other's, because that's what you're saying, if we are turning our backs to each other, we're getting in it on a different path, which is not productive, basically. Of course, that's what it's about. What do you think? What did you, with your actions and things you've been doing?
I agree that we can't give more power to Shell, Exxon, Trump supporters, etc. But I think the way we do it is by confronting their power. And that means building power as people. And I think that we need to focus on the people who are actually the most affected by the climate crisis. When we talk about solutions, it's not about like, okay,
what are they going to think? What are the institutions going to think? What are the powerful going to think? That doesn't matter, because the people affected are other people than them we mostly talk about. And I think that, yeah, if we think about, okay, building alliances with whom, I think that we really need to decolonize, really need to build power and move away from neo-colonial trade agreements, from neo-colonial infrastructure. And that's not talking about like the carbon footprint I have or you have, because yeah, it is too big, but that story of the carbon footprint actually was given to us by an oil company. So that's them trying to get away from the actual topics. But once we talk about decolonization, we talk about confronting capitalism. And I think that that is something more and more people agree on. The question is just, what do we replace it by? And I think that we have answers to that, and we can build more power for those answers, but we need to confront the reality that there's a system in question, and not just like the way it's built and like, okay, there's by accident, there has been a problem and it's called climate change, let's move on. I think it's by design, and that's why we need to change the system. And if we not confront this truth, we're pretty much like done with it, because there's not much hope then. But I think if we do it, there is hope to get to the more positive side again.
Yeah, but these are nearly two different powers where you want to, in the end, influence that other power, so to speak, the capitalist power, but there's different ways how to get there. And you were nodding as well.
Yeah, just building on that, I'm just thinking, I don't think I hear anyone saying, let's first get rid of capitalism and then solve the climate crisis. But even, very conservative institutions like the International Energy Agency are saying we need to leave all fossil fuels in the ground, and that very fast, and that includes oil and gas and not just coal. And we can't build any new fossil fuel infrastructure. So if you take that seriously and look at what that will look like, that is the end of capitalism as we know it, for sure, because that is driving, our fossil fuel capitalism right now. We don't have a plan yet for that what it look like, and if we don't steer it in the right direction, it's going to look very messy and it's going to hurt a lot of people, that's for sure. But I'm just saying it's not some radical idea out there. I think it's coming anyway. It's a question of how well it will be managed.
So what is coming anyway? Or maybe you understand?
We get our economic system will change. And the question is how fast and who's going to benefit from it? How are we going to redistribute power in that, etc. What worries me a little bit in the overall climate discussion is that I see, I very much agree with the urgency, and the IPCC is clear on the science, and yet we've seen a lot of actors using the urgency and the emergency frame of climate change to give rise to a lot of really dangerous solutions, so-called solutions. For example, those that you can call geoengineering of building new tools, large-scale techno fixes to keep sunlight away from Earth or suck carbon out of the atmosphere. I spent a lot of my working time fighting those geoengineering approaches, and they're getting more and more support, and partly because of the urgency and emergency frame. And I'm curious to hear what you think of that, because on the one hand, we need to stress that urgency. But we know that from other circumstances, the emergency is often being instrumentalized by governments to get rid of rights of people and do things that they wouldn't do otherwise. So I'm thinking whether there's another way of framing this, understanding well that there is it looks different for people in the global north and in the global south, because is it a crisis that is still looming and coming, or have you been in it for decades or generations? Yeah.
And you're very international, being in so many countries, being in so many places. What is your take on that?
Well, my take on an earlier thing is that it is going to change, but not necessarily in the right way. Politically, we're obviously going to find out what's happening in Germany very, very soon, but there's a very, very strong chance that the Republicans, and that means the Trump-supporting Republican Party, will take one or both houses in the United States next year. There is a strong chance Macron will lose to Le Pen, and in Britain the Conservatives are in power for looks like another decade. That's what most people are saying. So that is why I'm insisting on not, and the gift you give all these guys is to appear extremist, and that I'm just convinced about, and therefore changing our language. And I'm not trying to argue on the panel because I'm trying to say we shouldn't be arguing. I actually find that using terms like decolonization of the climate debate doesn't really tell. I mean, we know what I'm come from the country that did most colonization, but okay, we know we don't like it, and we know we don't like that, but just putting another label of colonialism on it, I don't necessarily think takes it, but it portrays the speaker as radical and allows the other side to say, these guys are going to really overturn the lifestyle that you want, and that you're expecting to, therefore don't vote for them. And then we're going to walk out our 9 years, and that's it.
Is there anybody in the audience yet? You're all so shy. It's for a Dutch person quite intriguing. I mean, in the Netherlands, about 5 people would be piling up now. Is there somebody want to say something? Have an idea, or you're all digesting and thinking and are too shy? It could be. But if you want, just go to the mic and ask a question. So, okay, we sort of analyzed, we're on the same page with our goal, but maybe we're on a different highway and subways or whatever to get there.
Bicycle lane.
What's that?
Bicycle lane.
Oh, sorry, yeah. It was very, very, and I'm being Dutch, you know, we do everything on the bike. It's really not walk, bike, swim, maybe different. So let's get, because I really promised Anna that we would come with some positive notes, and we are. But so you believe in it really from the more radical. We should, and it's also about language. Maybe it's about language to get. If Le Pen is going to win for Macron, we are in not a very good state. If you talk to if you see France and so on. So what would be ways then to that we both get to that same let's say beautiful sea or whatever, you know, where we can swim. Yeah.
I've got a positive proposal, and I'm keen to hear what Andrew makes of that. And it's a fairly new initiative that I'm active in at the international scale. It's called the Initiative for a Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And
can you repeat that again?
A fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty.
Okay.
Yeah? So it resonates with the anti-nuclear debate and disarmament, right? And the idea is quite bold, but it's gaining a lot of momentum, including getting support from some governments. And it's a campaigning tool, but it's also a serious proposal for a new international agreement, because the climate debate has too long focused on just the emission side, you know? And the stories we tell matter to the, you know, for the solutions that we can imagine. So if we talk about climate change as this problem, you know, that of abstract things like emissions that end up in the atmosphere, we come up with very strange solutions. But if you talk about climate change as being mostly about these fossil fuels in the ground that we need to leave there, it becomes much more concrete. So the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is a proposal that demands that we first ban new licensing for new fossil fuels, that we manage the decline of the existing fossil fuel infrastructure, and it create a just transition for workers and communities. So it's got these 3 parts. And for me, that is one of the very positive initiatives.
And is that internationally supported? Because I think...
Yeah, they've got hundreds of sign-ons from civil society and academics and Nobel Prize laureates and international champions and some governments. And yeah, it's still fairly recent, but it's gaining a lot of support.
And then on the other side, the business people who make loads of money of that and keeps an economy going, they will go with the plan, you think? Or how do you convince them?
We're not trying to convince Exxon or RWE to support this treaty by any way, no.
We're just going to say, this, you can't do this, and you can't do, yeah.
Well, we're saying that the countries and governments that have to move first are the rich ones, the rich oil and gas and coal-producing countries that have, you know, the capacity to change and that have the biggest historical responsibility for the problem.
Yeah.
So we're all swimming there.
It sort of ties things together a little bit, because it does still come back to this issue around decolonization. You know, we can't really move, we can try and avoid these kinds of progressive, radical solutions, but I think really the language is the thing that really has to change, and also knowing our history. I was in the British education system for 14 years, and we don't learn a single word about British Empire or colonization. That's 500 odd years of colonization by the British on occupying 23% of the world's population and all but 22 countries on planet Earth, and planting monocultures and mowing down landscapes. And that's stuff that we kind of should probably start learning about. And hopefully the climate crisis will be an opportunity to have those questions answered, or have those, you know, very important historical points finally addressed, hopefully in some sort of truth and reconciliation process. But it will have to be done, and we don't have to use, you know, these very isolating terms like decolonization potentially, but actually just talk about what it is and what it means, and
give them weight.
And finally just have the conversation. Because I really believe that if people did know those details, we would be having very, very different kinds of conversations and different kinds of approaches to solutions as well.
Can I continue there? Because I think what you just said, like, is really important on the policy level, to shift the debate away from, like, I would say, CO2 emissions. How can we get away from them? Because it often people conclude in a way of like, okay, let's put a price tag on CO2 emissions and it's fine, and it's not that. So I think that's really important. And I then think that we need to transform those initiatives into concrete, precise projects that are connected to people's reality in day-to-day life. And I think, for example, right now I'm working on a campaign, or at least developing a campaign that will probably move around the automotive industry in Germany, because that's what a lot of our economic power is built on, and it has so many geopolitical implications. It's linked to resource grabbing, it's linked to a lot of emissions, but it also is linked to the question of, okay, how can we change it? How can we change from the status symbol as well to another image of, like, maybe public transport? And I think it's not just about, okay, oh, those climate activists want to take away cars again. No, it's not that. And I think that's a perfect example of how to build or form alliances, because a lot of when the automotive industry is facing the crisis of overproduction it is having right now, people are affected by that, not necessarily the companies that we're talking about. And for example, in the suppliers for Daimler, BMW, Volkswagen, people are fired, people lose their jobs, people are facing existential crises for them. And I think that this is a good opportunity to form alliances, as you said, with the working people, to combine the climate crisis and the climate struggles with workers' struggles around the world. Because what's happening when we change from, like, this fossil fuel-driven electric car factory thing to electric cars, that doesn't solve the problem of global supply chain, that doesn't solve the problem of resource grabbing and everything else. And so I think we can combine the worker struggles of people in Germany being, like, losing their job with the people being affected by, for example, Tesla taking lithium out of Bolivia, and all the other stuff that is happening. And I think that really is what is needed right now, that activists focus on projects that transform the policies into things that make it imaginable how it could be like, and where the actual front lines are. Because often it is portrayed as if climate activists want to, like, fight the working class people. And I think that climate activists and the working class people should fight for corporate power together. And that's what we're trying to do. And I think that creates hope in a lot of people's lives. And that is what counts if we want to tackle the climate crisis from below and not from the top, and, like, believe in another trickle-down effect of justice or something.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very true. I want to say something to that.
Yeah, go.
I think what we need to do, the oil industry, the big car industry, everyone is extremely well organized, banks as well. They're extremely well organized. And I think that on the let's say, our side, that we want to desperately change something, we need to be extremely organized as well. The only thing is they've had many, many years ahead of us. And we need to be very quickly now and organize ourselves. And I think that, for example, in the Fridays for Future, you can really see that, you know, exactly what you just said, from the bottom up, is working, and it can go really, really fast. And I think we just need to adapt it to more industries, I mean more, you know, different, like the storytellers, the foundations, the NGOs, yeah, everyone needs to just organize themselves better. And I was wondering if, how can we organize ourselves better? Effective.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, it's like...
We need to beat them with their own tools, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that actually it's incredibly well organized. It's just the people who are very well organized aren't given the platforms that they deserve to have yet. So they are definitely there already. But I think it sort of comes around to this issue of storytelling then at that point, which is certainly the work that I've been trying to do, which is trying to develop a culture shift. Again, also another controversial issue is individual versus collective action, and obviously collective action is where there is the most important impact right now. But individual action is extraordinarily powerful if we are in community with one another.
But if it's how you say, embrace, etc., etc. There's a question. Go ahead. Say who you are. But Nicole, we all know. But Vivian, we all know about you.
Thank you. I'm Catherine. I would like to try a positive framing. Many of the issues you're talking about that are closely connected to climate change, so decolonization, social issues, have been around before. And as they are closely linked to climate change, might the urgency and the momentum we see fighting the climate crisis actually be an opportunity to solve those other issues on the way? And where do you see good examples of that?
Climate justice is racial justice, is gender justice, it's all of the above.
I mean, that's also what, Andrew, it's also what you, combining the different angles, right? And getting these alliances.
Yeah, I can say one thing. Sorry. No, you go. You have.
No, I didn't have anything to say.
I was going to say, basically combining a question to an answer to both questions before. So I think it's a lot to do with solidarity across movements. So, and I've seen a lot of positive examples of that. When, you know, one movement, one group, one actor takes a stance against a government or a corporation and gets a threat in response, or is threatened, or that groups and other networks, movements that work on other issues stand in solidarity with that person or group. And there's a lot of that alliance building across movements happening, and concrete solidarity in these cases. I think those are very good examples.
Okay, great. Question, or do you want, one of you want to reflect? And otherwise there's another question. Go.
I just thought I share an example where this is crossing, like the colonization, the environment issue. Well, I've just made a story about Tibet and the Tibetans, and on my way I figure out they're mostly nomads, which is a perfect zero footprint life form you can find. So you can really see that when you come into their environment, how pure it is. You can drink the water, and the air is absolutely pure. And on the other hand, they're a subject of one of the greatest polluter on earth, which is China, where you are in a Chinese capital, so they're having for all their, they have a lot of capitals. You can't breathe. I mean, you get disease on your lungs, and everybody does, and everybody knows that. You're getting, like, if you live for a while, you will just spit because the air is really bad, and you won't see the sun. I mean, it's just places where you should see the sun, but you can't because it's just covered all the time. And you have this both extremes in one country, and now they're having resettlement campaigns. And I think last year, the BBC wrote there's like in 7 months, 500,000 Tibetans moved into labor training, and from there into companies, or like, so non-natural jobs. As they go into tourist service and also into fabric companies, yeah. So they're by force driven from their really perfect natural lifestyle into one of the most polluting lifestyle, taking part in the system. And there's, I think we should focus on the people like that. Of course, I think I have a film. I have this film to share. Of course, I have the stories, but by looking at this, I know there's many people in the world, they're living this innocent life, and they love this innocent life, they really want to live like that, and they don't, they're overlooked.
Yeah.
And we should stand in for them, actually. That's what I think.
I think it's fantastic you say that, and I think that that's my field, which is a different field from your field. So we're on the same page here in this terms of storytelling, and that if you can make films on like you have been doing, and that you then show that, and that's a starting point of a discussion where you can form other different alliances, is, I think, very, very important. So thank you for that. You wanted to say something more? Yeah.
I'm saying, because I mean, Germany has a lot of cars there. We build our plants there from our great cars and produce them there and make a lot of money. So I've heard, like, within only 5 years, such a car plant would amortize itself. So it would pay off. It would pay all the costs it does, and only 5 years. So that's absolutely mad. And so we take part in that. We are economic dependent, but on the same time, this year, the first time, we have like more than 100 people die from a flood. So, and I think Germans are very well aware of that, because this used to be a very safe country, and it's getting less and less and less. And I think this is also a starting point, that people know that and people understand.
Yeah, because that's when we had the conversation before. Thank you for that. Is that like you thought it was somewhere else, and now it's coming to us, and that also is, that's the moment when things are changing. That's actually what you were saying, when it really it's affecting us. So I have 2 more, Lieve. Yeah, we can do that. For all of you, who should we then now? We all want the alliances. We're all coming slightly from a different field. Who should we put the pressure on? Yeah. How can we change? Should we put the pressure on ourselves? Like, we should organize, we should have better liaisons between the different disciplines. Should we put the pressure on right wing? Should we put the pressure on what's your take? The rich West, ourselves, the governments.
There are 2 huge issues here, and the answer to your question, Nadja, depends on which one we're looking at. We've been looking at both. The job I have at the moment, the Berghof Foundation, is dealing with conflict in many parts of the world, many of which I believe are very, very adversely affected by climate change, which makes conflict worse. What we're trying to do, therefore, is to work with these communities that are most affected, the biggest victims of climate change, and to try and make their lives better, and that's called adaptation. Today's topic, though, is about putting a halt to climate change, which in the jargon is called mitigation. That is about, as far as I see, it's a slightly different topic. It's reducing emissions, to stopping the climate change from happening. It's not actually about, according
making a whole, because that's
dealing. That is an incredibly important topic, but it's actually not the one that I thought we were talking about. But therefore, there are different people you will put pressure on for what. If you're trying to reduce emissions, that's a whole series of things that I was talking about. Yeah, but we're talking rather different things here as well.
Yeah, you always mingle them. And where would you put the pressure on it most, if you could dream?
Yeah, not on ourselves. I think the pressure is on ourselves, and we feel that. We know we don't need to like actively put it on ourselves again and say like, okay, I need to reduce my carbon footprint. That is what I think most climate activists naturally do, because they care about the issues they're fighting for. But I think also for the last couple of years in the climate justice movement in the global north, we've been talking to politicians and demanding politicians to implement change. Now there's the election coming up in Germany, and there isn't a revolution happening, as we clearly see. So I think we need to stop to just react to what politicians do and to like just demand change from them, and really take a look at the people who took the major role in fueling this crisis. And it's corporate power. It is Exxon. It is Shell. It is the car industry. And I think that if we really take a look at this, we also see how much power we have, because we're the many, they are the few, and we have the power on the streets.
But we are in the
power
middle of,
in our workplaces, and I think that is the answer to, okay, why, how do we put pressure on them? Because it's not like only in words, it's in actions. And I think in actions we really see how huge our power is. But we need those targets, as I would put it, to be confronted by many people with their power, especially in the workplace. Because when we talk about climate strikes, there's a climate strike upcoming on Friday. Attend it, please. We talk about like strikes from students, but the people in workplaces could also strike.
Because ourselves is not our bubble, but I would think that's more people. But there's a question. Go ahead. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm here from Berlin. I'm a video activist, and that's exactly the point which I'd like to emphasize again. Don't want to sound too negative and all, but I think like the current connection between corporations and governments is so huge, and you know, like we cannot even comprehend how these entities are linked with each other. And I think if you do not start on the top of that, I'd like to call it a cancer. We can talk as much as we want, but that is so powerful that we really need to think like how to get rid of you know, the corporations ruling over our governments. And that's just something I'd like to throw into the room. Not sounding too negative, but...
No, not at all. Go to the States. It's a million times worse than here, I think.
I mean, I do want to make a point that we've done incredible work in the last like 3 to 5 years, and we should be so incredibly proud of that. Like when I started working on the show 3 years ago, there was, you know, a couple of podcasts that were around. They were very much doom focused. You know, print media is sort of holding it down. Even that was pretty doom focused. Film, there was nothing. TV's still a desert. But since in the last 2 or 3 years, there's been an explosion of conversations around climate justice. Certainly the podcasts that I'm in community with in the United States and elsewhere are very much women-led, very much women of color-led as well. We are all in community with each other. We're in community. You know, when I research the show, I reach out to largely women of color around the world, working as experts within their field, and ask, how can I help you? What can I help you get done? And so I'm in community with them. I'm in community with young people who are on the streets, organizing globally, rethinking self-care initiatives as they organize for the long term. Incredible work, absolutely incredible work. And we did that in an incredibly short period of time. So I think yes, absolutely, corporations are some very specific kind of evil here we're talking about, but community organizing is it.
The pressure off the ground. But you see, in the film world, more and more films on climate change. But there's a question.
Yeah.
Hello. I will try to articulate my question as best as I can. I'm August, they, them, theirs.
Hi, August.
Hi. I am a farmer and a community organizer from New York. Yeah, I know, exciting. And something that I have really struggled with in the community or in the environmental organizing field is the separation between labor demands and green demands. Oftentimes policies coming from a cosmopolitan area will actually hurt people in a deindustrialized or marginalized community. I struggle constantly about how we can incorporate that idea of greenness with also maybe something a bit more red. Yeah, I mean, do you guys feel that the language that you have available to you today is limited? Like often sometimes people are like, what is a just transition? And I'm like, I have this ideal about the policy of that. What am I transitioning to? Yeah, just do you guys feel limited in what you're able to say, and like what is the language you use to help connect those green demands?
Yeah, I
and
think
labor
it's very,
demands? Thank you.
Very easy. Thank you so much for that question, because it's very easy to talk about it. But when you work like for Volkswagen or something, and you're having just a job and trying to survive, it's a very hard. You want to take this one?
Yeah, I think that's exactly my point. We need to combine labor struggles and environmental politics, because that fit together pretty well if we do it right. But I think most of the debates going on try to portray climate activists as opponents of workers and the other way around. And it's definitely not the working people who are putting a hold on climate action. But I think that to get conversations going on around that and do organizing around that, we really need to change our language. We need to move away from the policy kind of talking about just transition. I think just transition works for people too, though, but from like, okay, it's, again, as I said, there's facts and arguments. I think we need to talk more about, okay, what matters to us? What are we facing in our day-to-day life, and how is it connected to this global crisis? Because I think the feeling of powerlessness is real. I grew up in Western Germany, and it was a city where people didn't think of climate change as something that affected them, and it was flooded a few weeks ago. And people were like, okay, I feel pretty affected right now. And they lost everything, some of them. And I think we need to have conversations about that, because that can happen even in the global north. And if we talk about emotions, and I think in Germany it's kind of difficult to talk to people I don't know about emotions sometimes. That's a thing too. But if we really change the language or the form of conversations we're having towards having emotional connections and actually focus on what connects us, that is the groundwork on which we can build action and like struggles in which we fight together. I think that is exactly the key point you made.
It's also about informing, education. All these things are really, really important. You want to reflect on what he has been saying?
I'm thinking partly I agree with your analysis that we need to do much more work. Thinking partly so we're already struggling with trying to imagine what a just transition for the coal industry and coal sector looks like, or coal producing regions. So begin to think about that for oil and gas and petrochemicals, and it just becomes too big for anybody's sort of single brain at this point. So what we're lacking, I think, are spaces for conversations and sort of thinking about concepts. I think there's a lot of, it's just a blank page right now. No one has the answer, and that makes it very scary. I think that's one thing. And then the other piece is maybe to add that if you only try to think of the problem in terms of what can these workers do next, what is their exact sort of similar job going to look like in the renewable energy business, then that's the wrong question or wrong frame, I think, because the world is going to change, and there are other things that need to change, including how we deal with care work, for example, and how work is distributed and who earns how much, and all of these questions. So again, it becomes quite big. That makes it look scary. So I'm not an expert, I don't know how you tackle that problem. I agree with your analysis. And I think that will require a lot more thinking and talking in the coming years.
Yeah, I agree. And did you want to? Another angle at it?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think we're also at risk of concepts like just transition being watered down as they are appropriated by governments or European Commission even. The concept of a just transition comes out of the labor movement, from 30 odd years ago. And I think probably an issue that we probably want to talk about up here with more time is that in upcoming years, greenwashing is going to be a huge issue for all of us to be really vigilant about. And that includes things, facilities like Just Transition, where we have to, do our research. That is a huge effort that we can make right now. A hopeful movement that we can make right now is doing our research, because these really come out of powerful social movements. We shouldn't lose that. If we take care of the lowest common denominator in the room, we take care of everybody. So
that's always a very true. So what are we were nearly there. What are we taking away before you do your the end of the day keynote? What are we taking away? I know for myself, I'm taking away we have to be, how you say in English, was liaisons? You say, yeah? Alliance?
Alliances.
Alliances,
Yeah.
sorry.
In alliance,
I was in my French, alliances. From what I know, that storytelling and making films showing what happens to people, as you were talking about the story of Tibet and other stories, and show that to people and make it as a starting point to think about and trying to understand where somebody else is going to. I take that away. Andrew, I do take away from you, think about the political things. If you give them too much candies, they swallow it, and the right wing, so to speak. And the storytelling and getting together these two, and you from a more global perspective, but that was my idea. So shortly, what are we taking away on a positive note?
Well, firstly, I think everyone should listen to my podcast without even trying to be too
Very
biased
positive
about
note.
it. But it's very good. But also, just because a lot of the work that I'm doing, in every single episode, we represent someone from the global north and someone from the global south around the same theme, the same issue. And a lot of what I'm thinking about is how to get issues from the global south relatable to the ears and the hearts and the minds of folks in the global north. And what ultimately happens through storytelling is that we discover we are the same. And so many of our issues are the same. It's the same, right? So, yeah, I would say that. There's incredible amounts of hope, but we really have to take the time to listen to leaders that don't look like us, or don't function like us, or exist in our communities. Like, it's time to show a bit of humility, basically, and realize that we do have all of these resources available to us already.
Great. Andrew?
Yeah, for me, the hope is this, that on both struggles, and they're related, but they're also different. One, preventing truly catastrophic climate change, which has not yet come, and two is reducing the impact and reducing the suffering of those who are most affected. Yeah. There has been a vast increase in awareness in recent years and in action. Now, it is not nearly fast enough, but the fact that it has happened at all is grounds for hope, and we just have to build on that, and that every effort. And it's a very multifaceted effort. It's working at grassroots level in the countries most affected. It's working at grassroots level to put pressure on corporations, but it can also be done at different levels, like shareholder activism, putting pressure on changing the directors of a company or taking them to court. It can be done on many levels, and I think awareness of that front as well. It's not just a single push. It's going to come from every direction.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, agree.
I would say everything we need is already there. People who are actually fighting this crisis, leaders, hope. We just need to discover it more. And I think we need to tell less of the stories of like how big the problem is. We need them too, but we need to portray the people, the initiatives, the struggles that are already happening, the people that are fighting, in order to like create the sign of hope and maybe get activated or become activists too.
Well, she will get us activated. Yeah. I know for sure. Last word to you, Lily.
I think just realizing and making that clear in the language we use that the fight against colonialism, patriarchy, racism, and capitalism, and the climate crisis are actually very closely intertwined and one at the same thing. If you look at the problem, and if you look at the root causes, and if you look at the solutions and the good life for all that we're striving for, and that by making that clear in our language and changing the story that we tell about this, we can build much stronger alliances. That's my strong takeaway.
Okay, straighten our backs, that's basically what we're talking about, and go for it. On that note, thank you all so much for being here. And you're getting, Franziska, the last word. Stay here, stay on the podium.
Okay, yeah.
And I think we can, yeah, or you want us to, no, we will start.
Thank you.
Help you, you know.
she was telling me something like, okay, 2 minutes, should I? Okay, yeah. So yesterday, they gave me another 15 minutes to radicalize you, really. But I think I'm trying to shorten that a bit. Yesterday I told someone I was talking about utopias today, and they were really confused and were like, okay, in day-to-day life, you don't really have anything to do with utopias, right? Isn't it catastrophes most of the time? And I think at first glance, this might be true, because even the title of this session makes it pretty clear. Right now, it is not yet, in most debates, it's not about like how we move forward to climate justice, it's about how we put a halt on climate change, to climate change. And the climate crisis could have remained a disaster warning. The chances of averting it and preventing the catastrophic consequences of global warming were good. But today, we look back at 4 decades since the first World Climate Conference in 1979, of countless declarations by governments saying that they had understood and would eliminate the threat of the global warming. For 40 years, scientists, NGOs and activists have been making warnings. They provided the public with increasingly accurate data and forecasts. Recently, the UN General Secretary summed up the recently published report of climate scientists in a few words: a code red for humanity. And none of this is significantly new. We have known about the threat of the global warming for a while, and yet serious action on a warming world has failed to materialize. And there's no longer just climate change. We have long been living in an age of catastrophe. Today, it is cynically hard to figure where one crisis ends and the next one begins. I'm thinking of the financial market crisis, debt crisis, social division, attacks on democracy. I'm thinking of neo-colonial infrastructure and trade agreements, scandalous property and wealth relations, labor exploitation around the world, and power relations enabled by and based on oppression and scarcity. I am 22 years old, and these development and conditions describe what I have been confronted ever since I heard people talk about politics or the economy. And I'm still one of the more privileged. The ecological crisis situation adds to this normal state of things we're facing. Alongside global warming and the loss of biodiversity, it reinforces the other crises. Climate change is a risk multiplier and a crisis intensifier. And all these injustices cannot be viewed or combated in isolation from one another. We are talking about all the conditions that have brought about climate change, and in which the solutions we are now trying to put a halt onto it with are embedded, or at least we have to do that if we want to understand the extent and origins of the crisis and to fight it in its entirety and justly. The changes needed will not be achieved, as is particularly evident in the case of climate protection, through assurances. In the past decades, SDGs have been adopted. The Paris Climate Agreement has been passed. Climate targets have been set. There are human rights to life, to water, to health, and to a clean environment. But while professions of wanting to address the increasingly apparent climate crisis became more frequent, greenhouse gas emissions continued to rise. Around the world, governments continue to act on behalf of fossil networks, even as they claim to be taking climate action. We're in a climate emergency already, and powerful countries are preparing for conflict, not cooperation. Yet we count on promises and big institutions, the powerful of the world, to somehow save us all. Let's talk about capitalism too, because capitalism demands not only the exploitation of labor, but also the exploitation of nature. The system produces disastrous social conditions and draws its strength precisely from them. It rewards big polluters and resource extractors with super profits. And therefore, climate change is not produced by this political and economical system we live in by accident, but by design. And that is why the climate crisis is also inevitably a class issue. Despite all the promises that have been made to those actually fighting the crisis, the excessive exploitation of nature and labor did not end. On the contrary, it was intensified. The costs of this development were outsourced, either to the parts of the world that we in the global north continue to make invisible in our thoughts and actions, or to the future. or most of the times both. For 40 years, those responsible denied the dangers of the emerging crisis, preferring an economic business as usual to the option of showing responsibility and organizing attempts at solutions. To put a halt to climate change, we don't need more promises, and we don't need more goals. We might not even need more plans on how to tackle the climate crisis. We already know what needs to be done. We already know how this crisis can be fought. And the reason why change is not happening is not because it's not possible. It's highly unlikely that those who played a major role in fueling the crisis will actually be at the forefront of solving it then. The people in power would have had a chance in preventing the catastrophic consequences we are facing. They have not done anything, or at least not enough. And one reason for this is that they simply have no interest in implementing fundamental change. But that doesn't mean that it's inevitable to resign, even if it may sometimes seem that way. It just means that it's on us now. A bit of emissions trading here, putting a price tag on CO2 here, the hope for possibilities of decoupling quantitative growth from resource consumption, such course corrections conceal the fact that they won't solve the climate crisis. It is up to answer the systemic question that arises for the many, in favor of the many. The signs do not point to giving up. On the contrary, resistance is growing. People are rebelling. People are forming alliances, claiming a good or at least better life for all. And they are confronting the status quo. For climate justice and decolonization, for human flight and migration policies, for a care revolution, for affordable housing for all, and secure jobs, for solidarity, or for a just distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine. In other words, for utopias and first steps towards them. And they are not satisfied. We are not satisfied with the optimization of the status quo. We demand profound changes. Because we need changes on a utopian scale. That's why we talk about utopias, I think. We need fundamental change, and we need more than course corrections. And there is still a thing of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by drastically reducing greenhouse gas emissions. To do so, however, we must be prepared to break with fossil capitalism by confronting corporate power. That means ending the use of fossil fuels worldwide and running industry, transportation and traffic on renewable energies. It means restructuring mobility in a new, sustainable and social way. We need to distribute natural resources to all people and replace the excess of a few with prosperity for all. By setting up a democratized economy in which saving lives and shaping the future is never too expensive, we mark a turning point. This will only be possible if power is distributed fairly. We must arrive at a generalizable way of life, even if that means dismantling privilege for the industrialized countries. Because we have a responsibility to decolonize in business, in politics, but also in our minds. And we can advance global and social justice if we no longer negotiate basic human needs and our common livelihoods on markets and give them prices that some can pay and others cannot. And to achieve this, we need to break down encrusted democratic structures in which our democracy is currently functioning inadequately anyway. It is not enough to just make a few adjustments here and there and to make minimal improvements. We have to get to the root causes of the many crises. Locally, regionally, nationally, and globally. There are ways out of the misery and plans that could help us succeed. There is still a way and things can change, but it's on us. To make our utopias become reality, we need to organize better. Let us take our utopias seriously, and let's fight the grievances that keep us in fear, powerlessness, exploitation, and discouragement, and cause horrendous damage in the process. In a sense, a choice is at hand between settling into catastrophe and confrontation. We can say it won't be so bad after all, but I think, first, that's not true, and second, it doesn't challenge the power of those who are profiting from this crisis. Or we can take a confrontational course, not just for the sake of it, but because it is the only way we can take on this crisis, its origins, its scale, and it's the only way we can fight it seriously. Namely, by undermining and overcoming the logic of an inhumane system. It is about politicizing the fear, the powerlessness, the anger towards an analysis of the social relations in which we find ourselves. We need to break the mold of the usual in terms of protests and alliances in these protests, and not shy away from that idea that it's then radical. By organizing, we can attack the power of the elite and ensure collective decision-making, economically, politically, socially. If we succeed in creating a loud, powerful, militant counterweight to the business as usual, we can pose the systemic question and answer them in favor of the many. At the same time, the spaces of solidarity that emerge through our struggles are already giving us a taste of the world we're fighting for. Utopias are realized wherever we appropriate what is supposed to be ours. The design of the world we live in, the public spaces, workplaces and homes, the freedom to determine the conditions of our own lives. Our utopias give us the necessary power to do this. Now we need to set about implementing them. Because besides all the doubts, the despair, the objections, and the standstill, there's something else. Somewhere between big words like capitalism, crime, climate crisis, and class struggle, between facts and arguments, between everyday life and breaking out of it, there is something else. It keeps many people going, and it keeps me going as well. Every day, all over again. It's the hope, the strength, the courage, and the will to fight. They are the material which utopias are formed from. And in this sense, I think my everyday work has a lot to do with utopias. Once we fight, once we decide to fight, we have a war to win, and we should use that chance. Thank you.